Jesus Christ. Let's try that again. Hello everybody, it's potato time! Yeah, what do we think about that intro? I'm thinking of starting up. There's also is WP time baby or whatever. I like potato time. In Abiotic Factor, when you need the toilet in that game, they say it's toilet time! Which I really like. Yeah, would you believe, seriously, just now, already, I haven't even got started yet, we haven't even begun yet, I've already spilt a can of Fanta Fruit Twist near my baby face on the desk, way off in the back corner, as I reached over to unplug the big speakers so that I listen in the headphones. I seriously, I don't know what's going on. I spilled Coke. I wasn't even streaming yesterday. I spilled Coke yesterday too. No, the day before. I don't know what's going on. I got a lot clumsier this week, last week. I don't know. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome. So it's Wednesday. I had intended to do this. So the beta ended last weekend. And then I didn't stream over the weekend. Was busy Monday. Yesterday I was very close to, so we're doing it today. So if you got the last episode, basically what I said is I want to do one more episode about the beta. We're now almost a week out since the beta ended. And this is kind of a retrospective. This is just a casual chit-chat. I've kind of been wondering about doing this as like a video that I'll spin off, like do a video section in it. But I don't think I am, because so we're going to go back to the tier list. So if I boot this up there, you can see I got the tier list back. Now that is my rankings. That's not a picture. That's the actual website. Those are my rankings as I made them before. We're going to return to this by the end of this stream. And I'm going to fiddle with the icons in retrospect and see what I think now that I've played all of them. And I was thinking that could be its own dedicated video section. But I feel like it's only going to be like a 10-minute little thing. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. It behooves me to do actual videos that spin off of these streams, because a lot of people won't dig for it, so which is fair. So we'll see. Anyway, what this mostly is me running in circles in the home instance, just like this. I've been practicing my route. I'm going to do it really efficiently. No, I'm joking about that bit. I don't know what we're going to do for footage. I really don't, because there's no festival for me to do in the background. There's no achievements for me to do. I can't join anything on LFG. I'll tell you what we could do. We could run around tagging map comp on Odrin, who I want to, you know, explore more of the world. Maybe something like that. Oh, and skipping hearts. Just getting POIs, starting with Gendarin or something, while I respond to comments and things. That might be fun. You'll notice he looks very basic. If you have a look at all of his skins, this is all legendary armor, and they're all legendary weapons, and they're all legendary chickens, but they're skinned as basic as possible. Because I've been hopping around. So basically what this is a huge Q&A. I've got comments from you guys on the last 3 episodes in which we covered the Gale Shot, in which we covered the Evoker, and who was the other big one? And the Ritualist, okay? So I've got loads. This is like a bigger Q&A. So this is like super Q&A level stuff. And I'm going to bounce back on when I've got an interesting thought. I haven't got every comment. I'm sorry if your comment doesn't get in here. A lot of them won't have. They're just ones that I feel are on topic enough. I mean, there were a lot of people have been talking to me about slugs and spiders and why was there a bird in my house and just all kinds of stuff. So I've got some things, but usually it's on topic comments and just, you know, things that I think I have maybe an interesting insight on. And yeah, we'll just talk about the spec and then we'll end it with this little section. But yeah, this guy's in really basic gear because, God, I've been going through so many characters lately. So many characters. Trying to find a build that I want to raid on. Because I want to do Mount Barrier, all the CMs, all the LMs. We've got a group. It's been a bit difficult getting the schedule and stuff. I want to do it. We're going to be doing it. Our first session's on Thursday. So it's like, okay, so practice a rotation, right? And it's like, none of them are fun. Like, oh my God. So, and I'll talk about that when one of you guys has a comment that we'll get into that. But yeah, so I've just had all these characters I've been rolling through and I'm sick of trying to like make them look good or have like fancy looking stuff. So I've just gone as basic as possible, okay? This is the meta strategy because it will save us frames. Normally I'd cull the shit out of everything, but Arenanet don't do very well with modern design, I'm afraid to say it. As far as culling and like ground targets and telegraphs and things are concerned, they're really all over the place. And unfortunately, when you look at a fight like Decima, if you cull too heavily, you won't see telegraphs for a bunch of the mechanics. And it's just really terrible. So, yeah, like there's a certain technical quality that the game is just slipping and slipping and slipping on. So I can't cull. So we'll go with like really basic outfits and really bad, you know, setups like that. But yeah, so yeah, I hope you guys are all doing good. Obviously, we're mid-afternoon, a few hours earlier than when I would usually start. There's actually sort of a UK-wide thunderstorm warning going on right now. So if suddenly some lightning strikes and stack electricity knocks out my power, then that'll be what that is. Super Q&A was patrons only, though. That's true. Yeah, they were extra length. I always thought of them as special because they were extra length, but of course they were patron things only. So yeah, hello to everyone in chat. Jazaku, oh, it's good to see you, Jazaku. I don't think I've seen you for a while, or I've missed a message from you for a while. This has to be a crime against fashion. Skinning legendaries is what I get. I know, and I just thought that was kind of a fun novelty. I have like 4 characters set up that look this way, really. Hardy says, I like basic looking characters. I find everyone looks ridiculous now, especially with those glowy back pieces and all the glowing. Yeah, and that's another thing actually about culling that I think Guild Wars misses out on. You know, when you cull people, I think Arenanet just need to look at that. He used Power Shot and it had the Guild Wars 1 icon for it. That was so cool. On Blishard on the left there. I think Arenanet should look back at some of the culling settings. One of the things that doesn't get culled is back pieces. Like, you can go lowest and set everyone to look like those really basic, like almost pink, purple looking models, which is such a weird color to them, right? You can do that. But a lot of their back pieces are still being rendered in, right? Like, and oftentimes with visual effects attached to them. I believe in a kind of like an MMO-y option. So I have a thing. So the Dream MMO thing that I write endless documents about. I've been thinking a lot. Like the idea of my like little world building thing is to imagine it was real. Okay, so you have to make compromises. You can't just wank off, oh, I'm going to have this, every single cutscene's going to be epic CGI that costs, you know, hundreds of thousands to commission each time, and I'm going to have this and this and this and this and this, I'm going to have this feature and this feature, and you know, like, the game is to like, invent a thing you could imagine would exist, created by, you know, a mid-sized to small studio, right? Like, my imagination is not an indie MMO, but like an A MMO, or at best a double A MMO, something small, something that you know, a constrained team of passionate people who are all on the same page as one another. None of this like too many chefs in the kitchen shit. Like, what could a small or mid-sized team do, right? So you have to make compromise, and that's the fun. Like, what are meaningful compromises that can be made? And you know, I think about that stuff a lot, especially when I'm critiquing and talking about Guild Wars 2 or, you know, whatever other game. But particularly with Guild Wars, it's no use sitting there and making YouTube videos all about how we should have, to use that same example, every cutscene should be a CGI cutscene, because it's just not realistic, right? So it's finding that world where, what do you feel is realistic? What do you feel could work? So anyway, I like, so one of the big things I'm always thinking of is like monetization models. Like, what is the right compromise as far as monetization models are concerned? Because I think Arenanet do it very well. There's no subscription fee. There's a box price. But then they do have this rather contaminating microtransaction store, which all MMOs really have. And, you know, Arenanet get in so much trouble with their gem store, even though they've made certain concessions. So, to me, the fact you can buy gems with in-game gold, that should give them some leeway. It really should. Like, we had big conversations in the beta series about, you know, equipment templates and stuff like that. And you'll notice whenever those conversations come up, whenever people have problems about how build templates and stuff are monetized, it's never talked about the fact that you can earn it all in-game. Never! The reality is with Guild Wars, the consumer makes the decision. What's worthwhile? Spending the time at your day job or spending your time grinding in-game? That's your choice to make. And people make the choice to prioritize their credit card and then also bitch about it. They make the choice not to grind in-game and then also bitch about it. And it's like, there's like a truly just conversation and a truly honest conversation. I think Arenanet should get some leeway from that. But the fact is, what I'm interested in here is the fact that they don't. They never do. No one gives a fuck. It affords them absolutely zero latitude, zero goodwill with their customer base. It may as well not be in there from where I'm sitting, from where I'm concerned. You may as well force people to buy shit. This, right, everything you're looking at here, this may as well say £318, right, or £3.81 or something. It may as well, because that's how people talk about it. That's how the game gets reviewed. So, I mean, fuck it. This was a concession, a compromise that Arenanet made that, in my view, they didn't have to, because it didn't move the needle. So, you know, there's just things like this that I think about a lot. So one of the things is how the gem store, no matter how nice it is, and I think Arenanet are very nice, especially compared to other MMOs, especially when you get away from the West, right? I don't like that you know, we get conversations like legendary armor comes out, and it's immediately compared to gem store offerings. A gem store offering is something that we all assume people are spending their credit card, so it's instant gratification, right? We don't talk about the fact that you might grind for an outfit, right? We talk about the fact you'll get it instantly. And oh, the outfits look better than legendary armor. So I hate that Arenanet, you know, if I was Arenanet, I would be endlessly frustrated that there's this, I'm competing with myself in a really ugly way, you know? It's very difficult to satisfy the consumer when I'm making a legendary weapon or get people excited about legendaries. So like there was a time, especially at launch and maybe a bit through season 3, where the addition of new legendaries coming to the game was really, really captivating to people. And I believe it is less so as time goes forward. And there's multiple factors there. The fact we already have so many of them and stuff being probably the largest one. But it's the fact that it's like, well, you can get unsheath effects on the gem store. This looks bigger. This shiny effect looks bigger on the gem store. This looks bigger. And it's like that competition. Anyway, so for me, I've got this... So the headcanon and the world building thing, right? You have to make these compromises. My game plays... My imaginary game plays a lot like scaling RPGs. Like, I don't know if you guys have heard of Heroes of Hammerwatch. It plays a lot like Hammerwatch 2. It's a bit roguelike, like short-term roguelikes. Other great genre to look at is MOBA, right? It plays, like each mission you do, you grow in power as the mission proceeds. Just as you grow in power, you go from level 1 to 18 in League of Legends. And then when the mission ends, you reset, right? You don't fully reset, there's still leveling up and stuff, but it's that treadmill, so like there's early game scaling and mid game scaling and late game scaling consistently. You know, the idea of playing early game with slow animations, good visuals, shit like that, is not just reserved for the first few weeks of an MMO's life. It's forever in my game because it's a part and parcel of the game, right? You constantly cycle. That's what the game is. So you could call it like... So anyway, I don't want to get into a huge conversation about it. But when I think about a genre like that, and I think about the gem store, you could do cool shit where it's like, all right, you can buy stuff on the gem store that looks really... On this game's gem store, this game's microtransaction store. But the thing is, it only changes your animations and your visuals when you're at end game, right? When you're towards the end of the mission, when you hit your final trait, when you hit your final power level, and now you get giant epic black wings instead of gold wings. And you can pay me a tenner for that, right? For that cosmetic, if you like. But by doing that, you can get meaningful sales. People are excited about it. People play the game to see the visuals too, which means they don't just log in, buy something, get bored 2 seconds later and log out. But also, when we now think about players who aren't in missions, players who are just in outposts, players who are socializing in housing districts and stuff like that, doing mini games, just talking to one another, they all still have real, normal, good-looking cosmetics, right? And it's not contaminated. And when we move away from the gem store, when you just think about end game loot, when you think about like gear that can drop and things that people want to earn, well, hey. Again, that doesn't have to contaminate the overall aesthetic. You know, and Guild Wars has done that over the years. Other MMOs have done it worse. When you look at, like, Rift, you guys should pause this. Google, like, Rift mounts or something. You know, you'll see people driving around in police cars, in helicopters, in fucking giant mobile clowns. Like, just crazy shit. Like, it doesn't look like the same as it used to. I saw a post about Fortnite as well. You know, it's not just an MMO issue. I saw like a Reddit post maybe like 2 months ago. The title of it was, wow, this game's changed. Not Fortnite, sorry, PUBG. It was PUBG. I played maybe like 6 hours of PUBG across my entire life. But when I played it, you know, it had a certain aesthetic to it. And I saw this video, and it was like people like twerking with dances that they had bought from microtransactions and wearing big multicolored wigs. And just all kinds of just insane shit in like the PUBG lobby. So it's not just an MMO thing. It's like it's any live service game, right? Any long-term game where they're continuing to try and fund it, and they're trading in-game rewards for real-world money. The big, crazy, ridiculous stuff always sells, but it's always a detriment to the long-term prospects of the product, right? So anyway, this is interesting things to think about going from the ground up. But with a game like Guild Wars 2, I don't know. I think culling settings would be cool. A checkbox that says cull all infusions, you know? A checkbox that says cull all backpacks, you know? They could never justify a checkbox that says cull all gem store skins, right? First of all, that would be a pain in the ass to categorize all of those and actually go through. But second of all, they're not going to be able to justify to their bosses or investors, right? Or, you know, NCSoft West. They're not going to be able to justify, hey, we want to add this thing in that is definitely not going to earn any money in, like, the short term or even the mid-term. And if anything, it will just disincentivize people from ever touching the gem store. You know, they'll log on, they'll check that checkbox, and they'll never touch it. So they're not going to do stuff like that, you know. You got to follow the money always with these things because it is the ultimate power in this world, but, you know. Anyway. Rift MMO, man, that takes you back. Yeah, that was like, you know, I view Rift as sort of a brother to Guild Wars 2. It was like, you know, it's a slight older brother. I remember Guild Wars 2 coming out, they were revealing dynamic events, and everyone said, oh, they're copying Rift, are they? But, you know, in a way, Rift paved the way. Rift showed that what dynamic events can work, right? It's just Arenanet created, like, every dynamic event you do is like a Rift, right? But they're just different flavors. I mean, that's extremely reductive to say that because there's so many types, you know. But the basic principle, the basic format, you know, it's one of the forebears, but it's right there, you know. It's like Ion as well. You know, we're talking about Paragon wings and stuff in this beta. I always think about the fact that the Paragon wings were coming in right around when the first early access stuff for Ion was being shown, and Ion was all about having those wings. And when it released, there was a crossover with Guild Wars 1. Like, if I logged into my Guild Wars 1 account right now, today, I could type /Ion into my Guild Wars 1 account, and my character would have big black wings. You know, these things are more connected than you think they are. I think it's just as time goes by, people forget the history of these products, and because it doesn't really matter that much, does it? And, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, anyway, so... Let me take a sip of coffee here. And enjoy it a little bit before it gets too cold. And yeah, so sorry, let's look at chat here again. Oh, Call of Duty is insane too, is it now? I mean, yeah, like, I want to be clear, by the way, there is kind of a cynical business model. When you look at a game like COD, where they have these yearly releases, I actually think it kind of works in games like that, when there's an expectation that we're all moving on anyway, right? Because the new game will be out. I think that's sort of fine. And I actually think there's a lot of strength in that. And I don't know how it quite maps onto the MMO space. And obviously producing these products is something I don't have any experience with. But on the consumer end, I think it can work. You know, if you're going to have a Call of Duty game that you expect to have a general life. By the way, look at my skill bar here with the box around it. So good. That's an add-on that I just got. Where is it here? Castbar clarity. I've been using it because, oh my god. Oh, I got something crazy to show you guys as well about the add-ons. Here, look at this. If I click back. No, not back. Oh, maybe I didn't add it to the library. Anyway, I'll show you it later. Some of the add-ons that people have got these days, it's absolutely insane. Yeah, I do sort of believe when there's a thought that, well, we're just going to sell them a new one and they're going to move on. I think there's actually a lot of strength in that. Because you can go crazy with the cosmetics immediately, very quickly. You can do all the shiniest, shittiest, craziest, memeiest, most nonsense stuff that will sell the most things. And then people are out there a couple of years later anyway. You got a reset point and you get a refined aesthetic back again. It's a very like, it's kind of like mobile phones, you know, people just throwing shit away. It's very wasteful, right? But it is a way to run a gaming company, I think, as long as your consumers expect that you will move on. Like, all these games have shelf lives. Like, I look at Stellaris, right? And probably the last truly meaningful expansion they actually did that was really rounding out the game and really worthwhile was 2 years ago now. And so they've done like 6 DLCs since then. And it's basically all just bloat. And when it's inexpertly made, which a lot of it is too, you know, it really fucks with the performance of the game. It fucks with the overall experience. It fucks with the flow. Like, a lot of it is just bloat at this point. And it's like, you know, there are a lot of diehards over on that forum and in that community that say, no, I don't believe in a Stellaris 2. But it's not logical. Like, a Stellaris 2 would be so useful. Not just to sort of rein in the spaghetti from a technical aspect, from just like an experience perspective as well. It's got to the point where the game is too disparate. The experiences within it are too untractable. And it's like, what is this game? What is it doing? You know, there's too many different experiences happening with different players. And we don't really know how to satisfy everyone to a reasonable bar anymore. You know, when you release a new game, like when we talk about Guild Wars 3, it's a brilliant opportunity to just reset. Not just from, like, visuals and gem store stuff, but from, like, all aspects, you know? So I am a believer in it, really. And I'm a believer in Guild Wars 3. There was actually a comment that I skipped, which we're going to read in a minute, I got over the beta, where someone said, hey, WP, I keep seeing you talking about Guild Wars 3 as a definitive thing. And I want to be clear, it's not a totally definitive thing, I guess, in as much as there's not an announcement. But, I mean, we've got as close to an announcement with that thing as you can possibly get. And as I mentioned recently, early on in the beta, there's that guy that's got that spreadsheet where he's crawled every job posting Arenanet have done over the last few years, searched for keywords like MMO, RPG, stuff like that, and listed them all. Seriously, pause this YouTube video, open the description. There's a link to my Discord. Go in there. We have a Guild Wars 3 channel, and just check the pins. I've put a pin there to this post, and you guys will see. You'll see everything they've talked about with it. Again, we don't know whether this project will actually technically be called Guild Wars 3. There's some danger to that, you know? I mean, there's great reward to it as well. It just depends on their confidence. Oh, shit. I actually have nothing assigned underwater here. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want to have to kill a shark with just a hammer. I was trying to go for a sword there as well. Put Bane's Signet on. Let's just go real basic. JI is always a good fun. Never actually assigned any underwater stuff. Here we go. I know they don't have stats, but I can't be bothered. I'm actually really bad with Guardian underwater skills. I don't know them very well at all. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this. You know, being unfamiliar with underwater stuff and effectively just button mashing and hoping something happens. That's what I do underwater with Guardian. And I've had that experience on a lot of classes. It usually takes a long time to click because they don't really, you know, prioritize underwater experiences too much. Right, what else we got here? Sorry, I'm really bad at chat. I'm trying, and then someone will say one thing, and I go off on a big, long conversation. How's my fish tank doing? Have I ever shared a picture? No, I haven't, but I mean to. Actually, not very well. So I cycled the tank, but I didn't put any livestock in it because what I wanted to do, I'm really happy with it, with like my decisions at the moment. So I've done, so substrate is quite interesting. My first ever tank, I did gravel. Then I went with sand, and I hated cleaning the sand. It was really annoying. Then 2 years ago, I tried aqua soil, and I decided I hated aqua soil. You always get soil. You have to be so careful pouring more water in. You know, you can get these big clouds and blooms if you're not. Every time you clean the filter, there's just muck everywhere. It's much more annoying, like using the little vacuum, the little siphon to vacuum waste off. I really didn't like aqua soil. I really didn't. So for this new one, my newest iteration with the move, obviously a couple of months ago, I went with gravel again. I've gone back to gravel. Gravel's like what they call the beginner one, but I'm telling you guys, gravel is the way to go. It's clean, it's easy, it's low maintenance. Your plants will be fine. You can add root tabs if you need. It's gravel is the way to go, man. And basically, I went with a really dark browny gravel, so it looks like soil. You get the effect, right? So anyway, I cycled it. I've been growing plants. So the big thing that I wanted to, the experiment I've done is I want to grow a monstera hydroponically, aquaponically. I don't know what phrase to use actually. Right. So basically, the roots are in the water, but the plant itself is out of the water. And it grows up. And check it out, guys. Honestly, Google aquarium monstera. Look at these fucking plants. They're amazing, right? So obviously the roots will take all the nitrates out. Really, really good for that. Keeps the water nice without having to do constant water changes. I can just do top-offs. So really good for low maintenance. But it's just beautiful. And like I think a lot of people don't realize just how cool aquariums can be for planting and stuff when you actually start dealing with plants that come out of the water too. And those things get massive. I think their common name is Swiss cheese plant. Anyway, so we're really excited about it. The issue that I have, right, is they're big plants and they will get big. And you want to allow their roots to propagate throughout the water. You need a really... like one of those regular little hang-on-back plant pots is not good enough for a plant of this nature. This thing's got to become a beast. I want this thing to be a mountain. I want it to be huge. So... I've been reading, I spent weeks, like, reading forums, you know, enthusiast aquarium forums, looking at YouTube videos, checking, like, listings on Amazon.com for anything that might be good. That could, because people post them on steroids, but never really talk about how they have them affixed. Because you can't have it too deep in the water or it will rot at the base of the plant. It's got to be just the roots. So you need some kind of shelf that is big and wide enough and will hold it. So I was so proud of myself about 3 weeks ago. I solved the problem. I MacGyvered together an excellent solution. Basically, I created a shelf for this monstera that I bought. You know, I took it out of the plant pot. I washed all the earth off. I put it in. I've watched the roots. I've seen like so when roots grow in soil, they're very thick and very hardy, and they're very brown. But eventually they get what they call water roots. I mean, it's still just a root. But roots that grow in water, they're very white. They're very fragile. And the old ones basically rot off. So you get to watch this cool transformation. You know, when you grow plants, like I grow just plants in pots, obviously, like most people do. And you get to enjoy watching a plant grow, the actual leaves, the flowers, the whatever. When you grow things hydroponically, you get to see the other side, you know. There's that thing about how you only ever see half of a tree. Because what you're not noticing is the exact same fucking thing underground, the massive root network, how huge they are. Well, when you do it and they're growing in an aquarium glass, through aquarium glass, you can see it, and it's really cool seeing all these white roots come in and stuff. So I'm growing this thing. I'm really happy. Now, the shelf that I MacGyvered together, what I bought were S-hooks. I think that's what they're called, S-hooks. So they're like... Okay, so first of all, I bought a shower caddy. So you know when you're in a shower... those shelves, usually they'll use like suction cups or some kind of big hook. Like it will be like a tray for soaps and shampoos and flannels and stuff like that. Oh, by the way, guys, a couple of years ago, I bought a silicone, like, pad thing with, like, lots of hairs on it. Not hairs. How would I describe it? It's like a silicone brush for scrubbing your skin. So good. Absolute game changer. Absolute game changer. Get one. Amazing. One of the best purchases I've ever made in my life. And it's just like this little black disc. So good. Honestly, I'll never use a flannel again. No, like it dries super well. Oh, just incredible. Anyway, yeah, so like a shower caddy, right, that you'd put like a shelf, you know, a shelving system. So I read online, a guy said, yeah, I put a shower caddy in mine, and I fixed it to the edge. And I thought, okay, so I can get a shower caddy, measure it out, got a nice corner one, and you can just basically put the plant in the shower caddy, and it's got all these gaps, you know, because they're usually like, it's like a net, right, almost like a wire net. And the roots can go through, but the bulk of the plant will stay on top. And then I had the problem, like, okay, I got the caddy, I know what the shelf will be, but how do I affix the caddy itself to the rim? I don't want to use suction cups because this plant's going to get big and heavy. And suction cups lose their grip over the years, especially in the UK. We have a lot of very chalky, hard water, and that fucks with it over time. So I knew I wanted it to hang on. So I like MacGyvered it together. I bought separately a bunch of like S hooks. So you imagine the shape of an S. Basically is a little hook, right? So it will hook on one side, and then it will hook onto the aquarium lid the other. And I got him just the perfect size. The opening of the S-hooks was the perfect size, and they weren't too big, so the shelf wouldn't fall too far into the water. Fucking awesome, seriously. The best shit. I was so happy with it. But I had two worries. One, so the shower caddy, the other big thing about a shower caddy is it's fine for water, right? Because it won't rust, because it's designed to get wet, because it's supposed to go in a shower. So I knew I was fine with that. But technically, just because something doesn't rust, it doesn't mean it's aquarium safe. So I felt the whole time a little bit iffy. It could still technically be leaching chemicals. It might not be good. So I was thinking, I don't know, so I was feeling a bit iffy, but I bought it anyway. The other thing was the S-hooks themselves. It was all black, by the way, so they were the same color. The S-hooks themselves also... So what I didn't verify with those, if those, because they're not a shower caddy, whether they were water safe. But they wouldn't necessarily always be in the water. They were going to be on the rim. So anyway, I thought I'll put it in. I'm going to keep an eye on it. And about 4 days ago... remember this whole long, boring-ass anecdote that I'm sure everybody skipped ahead of on the VOD. I said it's not good news. Those hooks were rusting. I noticed there's a bunch of rust, and you can't have rust anywhere near a tank like that. You can't. So I've had to get rid of the whole thing, and now I've got this Monstera, and I don't want to put it back in soil. I don't even know if it would thrive in there now that its roots are all pearly white and stuff. So I'm desperate. Basically, what I want is exactly what I just had set up, but I want it like made out of clear plastic or something, you know, like a lot of aquarium products are. That would be amazing, but no one sells them. I seriously think if I had any capital, right, or business sense or whatever, I seriously think you could make money off of aquarists doing a proper little shop on Etsy or on Amazon, whatever. Do a little shop where you sell shit like that, right? 3D print them. I don't know. I don't know how it goes, but seriously, that would sell so well. So a lot of shops on Amazon do sell plant pots that hang on the edge of an aquarium, and they're plastic, and you can get some are see-through, some are green, some are black. But they're really deep and narrow. They're not what I need. The roots won't go through comfortably. They're too shallow. I really went digging, and I found one that looks big and wide, which I bought for like £8 or something. Is coming at some point. So that's where I'm at right now. But it's not perfect. It's not as good as the big old shelf was. The shelf was really good because if it was going to work out, you can grow other things. You can grow like garlic and shit. Well, garlic might be a bit gross. You can grow lots of things. People grow strawberries out of their fish tanks. So I had this whole big experiment. I'm kind of not that sad to get rid of it though, because at the end of the day, if that shower caddy was leaching gross chemicals into the water, I would have felt really bad if and when I got to the point of actually putting livestock in. So yeah, for now, it's just growing plants and stuff. Look, when I've got the Monstera hooked up properly, I'll see what I can do. But you know, a lot of solutions. It's like I did see a post online. Someone said they use you know, like a milk crate. You know a milk crate. Someone said they cut the bottom of a milk crate off, which is plastic, and it's all right, and it has the holes, and then they affixed it. The problem is as well, like, getting that all right with the lids and all the other stuff. It's, you know, it's a balancing act, but I'll figure it out. Right now, the only plants I have coming out of the water are lucky bamboo, which I have, like, they're suction cupped on because they're quite small and done with zip ties, like little suction cup zip ties, which were really good. And they're creating big leaves and stuff, and that's nice, so. But anyway, yeah, so these are just basically experiments while I add a bit of ammonia to the tank and make sure it's fully cycled and stuff. There's not much going on with it. Yeah, fuck me, that was way too long. I'm sorry, guys. We may as well call this fish potatoes or something there. That's not even that interesting because I've not even sent you any picture because I don't do fucking camera stuff. I'm seriously thinking I might change the whole anonymity part of the channel. I might, guys. We might, I don't mean in the short term, but we might be coming to an end of it. I might not do this anonymous forever. I just think I can do so much other content if I get rid of the anonymity element. It's going to totally change the channel. But at the end of the day, I mean, what am I going to do? 40 years anonymous? I mean, at some point, I don't know. Fishy and Chips was right there. Fish and Chips. WP, I do think there is a shelf like that for aquariums on Etsy. Yeah, that makes me really happy to hear that, Asset, because I've actually not really looked on Etsy much. I'm a bit leery about Etsy. I don't have an Etsy account. I've bought a few things. Usually, the only time I've ever really been on Etsy is because my girlfriend looks on Etsy, and she likes different things on there. And, you know, I like the idea of Etsy. I really do. Small business people, handmade stuff. You know, it's a much nicer sort of idea, but I don't know. It feels like, is the quality control there? I think another issue I have with that sort of thing is I told you this story before, but I bought some light boxes. I'm really embarrassed about this story. Every time I talk about this, every time I get genuinely really embarrassed about it. I think it's unbelievably cringy. It was years ago now. When I was a young adult and irresponsible with money and full of anxiety, and I mean, I'm still full of anxiety. I love the idea. So I don't know if you guys know. You know when you go to the cinema and you'll see like a poster for Guardians of the Galaxy 3, or what's a movie I watched recently? For Manchester by the Sea, I rewatched that. I was sort of middle of the road on Manchester by the Sea last time I watched it, but this time I watched it, I got really into it emotionally. Like, incredibly riveted by it emotionally this time. It is one of the all-time greats in the understated genre. Everyone speaks very realistically. There's absolutely no melodrama. There's no predictable and cheesy cliche ending. It's almost like a snapshot of life. To the point that simpletons will say, nothing happens. It's a movie where nothing happens. But no, really, really good. Right, so anyway, you're at the cinema, you see like a poster, but it's like illuminated, right? It's illuminated. Samurai. I love pronouncing those U's. Samurai. Does anyone watching me in the UK have a granddad that says samurai instead of samurai? Samurai. Yeah, they're illuminated. Basically, they're called light boxes, right? The actual thing that they're in. And you can get them for your house. You plug them in. It's basically a light that backs any poster you put in. And wherever it's white, it will shine through. And they look fucking awesome. Trust me, they look really cool. And so anyway, I bought 2 of them on a shop. A small-time shop on Amazon. And they cost, it was like a lot of money. Well, a lot for me. It was like hundreds of pounds, right? I spent maybe 200 quid, 300 quid. Not a small amount of money, all right? 100,000 is not a lot of money. It is a lot of money, all right? That's a lot of money. And they just never came. They literally never came. And the cringy, embarrassing thing is I never vigorously chased up on it. So someone just got my money on that, and that was it. And I'm very, very, like, that's... That's very bad to have not chased up about that. That's the embarrassing bit. But yeah, so I don't know. Now I've got like this reflexive sort of like, ugh. But I do love the idea of those things. With the caveat that it would be kind of annoying to have to remember to turn them on and off. I don't know, if you comboed it with like a smart house or something. But they're cool. And I love the idea of doing that, but like with video game posters and stuff, you know? Get a giant like A1 poster or some shit and put in a light box for your favorite video game. Do it for Azaric or something. I think that'd be amazing. My granddad would just say Jap. Yeah, ain't that the truth? One benefit of not being anonymous could be the more of your audience goes along with. Yeah, look, I've never hid away from this. I think streaming is fucking easy, low rate content that people get successful at it when they don't deserve it. They don't have any talent. They don't have any insight. They don't have anything interesting about them. They're just sitting there doing nothing. But because they have a face cam, it's still kind of fun to watch for the viewer. Like, it's a free ride. All you have to... so there are some caveats, I think, obviously, but I think it's... But also, it's just like, it's kind of what the industry is, and it almost looks like unprofessional or something to not do. Anyway, it's just... We'll talk about it more as time goes on, I guess. To be honest, Etsy has gone downhill over the years. A lot of mass-produced junks masquerading as artsy used to be better. I mean, but there's a community there, right? There's like, it can be vetted, you know? Surely just a little bit of consumer awareness. Look, if someone goes in there and naively makes a purchase really quickly on an impulse, then, you know, they've only got themselves to blame. You were close to reveal not long ago. I mean, I've had phases. That's the thing, right? I'll have phases where I think it's a good idea. But I think it's such a permanent thing, right? That it's not something I would take lightly. So sometimes I'm really into it, sometimes I'm not. I've always sort of told myself, if I like the idea and it sticks for a long time, then I'll know it's legit and it's not something I'm going to regret later. Do you know what I mean? It's that regret. I don't want to... Yeah, people love seeing faces. Oh, me too. Me too. Don't get me wrong. I much prefer watching people who do face cam. I don't really watch non-face cam stuff. So in a way, I'm like a hypocrite. My whole thing has always been, don't make content you wouldn't watch yourself. And I get very depressed when I realize that I'm doing that. And that's sort of a part of it, you know. There are genuine artists still on there. I've bought some really cool stuff. I think your mum says samurai. I immediately think your mum's posh now. I don't know if that's if that's prejudice in some way of me. I mean, it is, really. All right, shall we talk about these elite specs? Sorry, there's some good messages from Convo earlier. Efficiency's everything, says Kairos. If grinding in real life job is more interesting than grinding the game, that's what people do. I mean, yeah, like, and again, I don't blame people who do that. You know, you give the people, like, again, I am a believer in the market will do what it will do. And like, if someone as an adult makes a decision that they want to spend 20 quid to get a clown horn where they can go in everyone's faces in game, and you sell that, then, you know, clearly someone wanted it. I don't think it's someone else's right then to bitch that these things are selling, or that the people put it on the shop, you know. Emily says, to me, the issue isn't the bill. It's that the gem store feels insincere and like it's nickel and diming me on every game feature. I'd rather pay a sub up front. Yeah, and like I said, it's so weird, isn't it? I was so anti-sub for so long. And when the Chinese edition came out with the VIP thing, my memory of it, I don't know what your guys' memory of it. I mean, fill me in. My memory of that Chinese thing was we all looked at that like aghast, right? Oh my God, the VIP system for China? That's outrageous. But if there was a VIP system... and it meant that a lot of shit that is on the gem store was never there, I think I'd be down for it, you know? Like, I look at Fallout 76. I know I've never made any content of it, so it's probably tedious fuck to hear me talk about it, especially if you haven't played it. But that game has an optional sub. It's a Western game for Western audiences with an optional sub. It keeps their lights on. They make great content. I have never paid that optional sub, but the game's brilliant. I've never felt like I'm totally left behind, you know? I'm a believer in that model now. I really am. So if Guild Wars 3 had such a thing, And again, you might call me naive. There will be people out there who do that. But I have very high trust in Arenanet on certain topics. I really have a huge amount of respect and a huge amount of trust for them in some areas. And one of them is the way that they run the fucking business. In terms of, like, they do actually have principles. I know that we've bitched, like, oh, they went on and on and on about how 5-man was better than 8 or 12, and then they released 10. What the fuck? I know we've talked about stuff like that, right? You know, those are kind of smaller balance decisions. You know, they are artists. They should have the right to change their mind on certain things every now and then. But there are certain principles Arenanet have given us, and they have never fucking meandered on. Never. Like, I will always remember Fractals coming out with the Ascended tier gear, and all those people quitting the game. Freaking out. Do you guys remember how huge that outrage was? Entirely based on the idea that they were going to keep going like rat race, gear treadmill. It's Ascended today, it'll be Divine tomorrow, it'll be Mythic the day after that. And they just didn't. They never did. Like, I do think they have their principles, and I think when it comes to the gem store, they've always stuck to it very, very well. And I think they deserve credit for that. And so if they came to me with a Guild Wars 3 and said, hey, we're going to do a VIP thing, but there will be no outfit, you know, there'll be no way, there'll be no. So again, with my MMO thing, right, like I would have pets, like mini pets, either exclusively on the gem store or never on the gem store, or like capes, or, you know, if you think of a certain cosmetic, I would say it would be given its own island. You're either a gem store thing or you're not. Like, the whole category, they are walled gardens, they never fucking cross over. You don't cross over. So that there's not this thing where it's like, oh, I can go on an epic quest for a Black Moa chick, or I can pull out the credit card and buy the happy Black Moa chick, which is better and didn't take any effort. You know, like, there's no contamination of prestige and shit like that. I'd give them all their own islands. Anyway, if Arenanet came out with some principles about their gem store, I would trust them on them. I would trust them. They haven't led us astray, in my opinion. I mean, again, like, your mileage may vary. I know a lot of people were pissed off about build templates. And people are well within their rights to have been, and so on. So, but yeah, I do have that high trust. It's one of the reasons I still love this game and I still cover this game, and it's one of the things I would still have faith in them on a Guild Wars 3. Again, it's why I've got to do this video. I've got to do this video going back to their early blog posts. I might add one more. We might do a stream tomorrow. Guys, you reread those early blog posts. I'm telling you, it's so fascinating. Seeing how direct and specific they talked about waiting around to have fun, and oh my god, so cool. Raptor asked about 3 hours ago, is it worth salvaging gear with the rare and other kits? Kerry told me that I do this wrong, which blows my mind. What I do is greens and blues with the copper fed. I do rares with silver. And if I genuinely want to save a thing, I use rune crafters for exotics. That's what I do. But I think she told me that I should be doing blues with copper fed and greens with rune crafters or something. See, because I always thought that rune crafter was highest cost per use, but it's not. Look, 3 copper per copper set fed, 60 per salvage with the silver. But only 30 for rune crafters. It's actually this. That's actually the order of expense. So I think it's supposed to be blue, then green, then rares and above. Maybe? But I when it comes to actually salvaging, I never remember to change it. Yeah, there you go. Paint 2D says rune crafters should be green. Fuck knows how much money I've thrown away over the years with that. Well, I'll swap them there. So I don't know. I'm actually not the guy for that, because I'm out of loop on that. Mini floppy fish is my dream MMO confirmed. Maybe, yeah, maybe. God, this is the sloppiest map comp ever. We're not even stopping for the vistas. Emily says, spending a few months in FFX where the MOG station... You mean 14? You are playing X, though. I've seen the comments. The MOG station is straight up not mentioned in-game. As though it were an ugly stepchild, and then returned to Guild Wars 2 and as every UI was a real eye-opener. Well, again, like, see, that's the thing. I think it's grotesque that there's even a MOG station. I'm sorry, I do. I think, come on, you're charging a sub. At least, yeah, they kind of hide it or whatever, but I think, wow, I don't know. I mean, can you blame these people, though, for wanting to make a little bit of money? I mean, Jesus. They are the, it's not like the games industry is a stable place, right? Earning them a lot. Do we really begrudge these studios trying to earn a bit? I don't know. I usually hate people who go online and vacillate between waffly opinions that don't fucking mean anything, and then they justify it at the end by saying, it is what it is. Like, I saw a big clip about the new PoE update where someone almost made a point, and then he got cold feet, and he went, it just is what it is. I hate non-committal shit like that. Non-committal positive shit, alright? It's what we were bitching about with the AI. No. I don't like being non-committal, but I have to be non-committal sometimes. Some of these are really complicated topics. And you can't go there down and just slam your fists. Like, I don't know, really. I really don't. That's why the world building thing is fun, because you get to wank off in this dream world where you could imagine difficulties, but they're not real difficulties. They're idealized difficulties that just lead to fun solutions rather than mind-numbing stress or, you know, people's livelihoods being in your hands. You think you find paying for convenience more egregious? It's the blackest mark against Guild Wars 2 for you overall? I mean, I'm there with you, Esk. I'm there with you. And in fact, we'll get to the questions in a second, and I'm going to talk about that. Speaking of which, shall we do it? All right, let's start talking about the beta a little bit. Let's see some of your thoughts, guys. And I'll try and weave through comments on the videos. Here comes the retrospective, and thoughts from the live chat. Shiver Peaks always looked good, didn't they? So here we go. Question 1. Is this question 1? It is. It's from Osiris. Osiris, who actually had so many good comments, high quality comments that I had takes on and wanted to showcase, that I actually ended up skipping 1 or 2 because I thought, fuck, it's just going to be this guy over and over in the whole thing. So I'm sorry, Osiris. But you are all over this. So here we go. So Osiris kicking us off with a double whammy 8 hours ago. And some of these comments are like 5 days old now, right? Because, you know, it was before the weekend we covered the Gale shot. No, not the Gale shot. That was the last one. Oh, what? No, Evoker? Whatever. So he quotes me at an hour in one of these. He says, personally... So we were talking about Paragon. He says, personally, I was expecting a mini-game mechanic, kind of like Paragon. Oh, no, sorry. He's talking about Ritualist. And he says, for the Ritualist, I was expecting a mini-game mechanic, kind of like Paragon, where you're trying to upkeep a resource to keep the spirits tethered. But once we saw the dev stream, I mistook it to mean you could summon any mix of the 3 you wanted. So I'm a little disappointed that it's ... so simple ... And then says, well, look, they could have used a similar tech to the Amalgam for getting more spirits and let people pick 5 out of the 7 to have on their F skills. So, 3 things I want to talk about here. 1, the minigame thing. It's interesting you use the term minigame, because Guild Wars doesn't really do that, right? Like, there's never anything to game within a game either, you know. Obviously, but you're just drawing a comparison to Paragon. What you mean is a bit more mechanics to keeping these things up. And it's funny, right, because the core design... I think Arenanet were thinking just like you. The core design of the Ritualist is ostensibly that, because it's tied to life force. And as a necromancer, there's lots of trait interactions and skill side effects that are about generating life force, you know? So, like, by tying it to life force, they should get that for free. You know, just as the Paragon tied it to adrenaline, it should be shit like, oh, yeah, so I can summon spirits because I'm using Axe 2. Axe 2 gives me loads of life force, and then that gives me the spirits. By the way, I'm only just getting used to pistol on Guardian. Even though it's from last year, it's from Secrets of the Obscure, technically. You know, in theory, they should get that for free because they did tie it to life force, but Necro doesn't feel like that. It's kind of a power creep thing in my mind, right? Like you often in competitive, you definitely can, right? And one of the most fun things about Necro is, okay, like I need to make sure I've got my life force generation in there somewhere. You know, one of the reasons why Staff conventionally had been so strong for a long time, but among many others, Staff is just like a brilliant weapon. But you kind of don't get that. So I think Arenanet like what you're saying. I think in the details it kind of didn't come through a bit. As to the other thing, okay, so yeah, we were talking about this idea as a Ritualist. It would feel fun if you had more spirit choice. The entire spec, just 3 spirits. The entire spec. I'm disappointed by that. And I had a lot of comments of people agreeing, yeah, this is disappointing. There's no way it can really feel like the OG Ritualist because it's got so few spirits. Now they're never going to fully make it because it's an elite spec. It's not a class, it's an elite spec. So they're never going to get it that well, but that doesn't mean you throw in the towel, right? Which is kind of what it feels like. You know, they could have pushed it harder. Your suggestion that they do it amalgam style is really interesting to me because it could work. Right, I can visualize that. I can think of that perfectly. Yeah. Let people customize. But you know what that is doing? Right, I just want to say that works beautifully. But you know what that's doing? That's opening Pandora's box. And in fact, the amalgam, I mean, Ranger Hammer was the first thing. Like, Ranger Hammer lifted the latch up, right? And now the amalgam has like started creaking the fucking thing open. Pandora's box is opening. When you think about that stuff, the evoker's got it too. When you think about that thing that they're doing with the evoker, you right click like one of these slots and you can just put it in. You know what that's doing, guys? And it's kind of like it's kind of a gut punch in a way. It's kind of it's an admission of something that's really not fun, right? And the Guild Wars 1 players right now, they're buzzing. They're fucking sitting there, they're gritting their teeth, they're thinking to themselves, yeah, I fucking told you so. You know what it is, guys? It's Guild Wars 1. It's Pandora's box opening back to Guild Wars 1. It's saying, okay, maybe the way we bundled skills with the weapon and we forced you to have a heal and we forced you to have an elite and maybe we didn't nail it. You know, at the end of the day, that's the Guild Wars 1 skill system. And wherever it's getting back into Guild Wars 2 in any quantity, people are falling in love with it. They loved it about the hammer. And not just because it's novel and different, but because it adds this customization, because it's fun. People are loving it on the amalgam. People love it on the evoker. And people are now suggesting, hey, maybe Ritualist should have had it. If they did what Osiris is suggesting here, that is Guild Wars 1. And I think that's a really interesting topic. You know, especially when we think about what their designers must be doing when they go into their rooms these days and when they're building Guild Wars 3. It's quite a fun one, isn't it? You know? Another thing that's been on my mind a lot, when we talk about... I just want to talk about what Guild Wars 2 did here. The dedicated heal, the dedicated elite, and then the utilities. You know, one of the reasons for that, okay, was like... So going back to GW1, GW1 became the skill curve, the learning curve became very difficult for that game. Of course, nowadays, comparing it to Guild Wars 2 skill curve, it's nothing, right? Which is criminal, which is a shame as well. Basically, they felt it was too difficult to get into Guild Wars 1. They felt that the build craft was getting too hard. It was too easy to make a shit build. That was the idea. And one of the reasons for that was because people would go into Guild Wars 1 and they weren't forced to put an energy management thing on there, so they wouldn't. And then what you would actually see, what actually happened for 90% of players, right? Most casual players, players who don't think too deeply about it, people who don't net deck. And remember, metagaming and net decking was not such a big thing in that era, right? It wasn't so expected you would just have someone else do the thinking for you. In fact, the fun was doing the thinking for yourself back then. But, you know, casually, people wouldn't add the utilities that they needed. They wouldn't go into random arenas with Resurrection Signet, which they absolutely fucking should have. You know, every 4v4 thing, really, you needed Res Signet on there. They wouldn't have energy management. They wouldn't have, you know, like, supplementary tools because they weren't forced to. So Arenanet said, okay, do you know what? We're just going to give you a dedicated slot for it. We're going to tell you to have an elite. We're going to tell you to have a heal skill. And there you go. And you know what? Now you've got 10 slots instead of 8. But this way, everyone has that bar. And, you know, that helps them. That helped them design from a design perspective. It helped players from the other perspective. I think that one thing they miss, so I've been playing, so here's the observation I want to make. I've been trying so many rotations and so many raid builds. And do you know what I really kind of think is very sad about... Here, we get to beat up the misogynist here. There you go. I kind of wish they split these 3 as well. I think if they're making a Guild Wars 3 and it's for consoles, you probably have a skill system a lot like this still. But I think they should... The biggest trick they missed was 1 or maybe 2 of these slots should have been offensive slots. and there should have been a true utility slot. I think that's... These are all pooled together, right? There's one giant pool, and unfortunately what has happened is, like, that cool thing where it's like you definitely do have a reactive button for some kind of fringe situation. You know, like, everyone's about to get CC'd, so I can pop some AoE stab for people. Everyone just got Condi bombed, so I can cleanse my subgroup. These are really cool things, and the way that we approach them in Guild Wars 2, unfortunately now, is they're just pushed onto the supports. They're pushed onto the supports because if you're on that DPS slot, you're going to use pressure. You're going to use fucking Bane Signet or Signet of Wrath for the passive offensive stats. So there's no space for it. There should be. I should be allowed to put retreat on a offensive Guardian build. That's fun. That's so fun. But because it's not a dedicated slot, I don't get to, you know. So I think that Arenanet missed a trick with that. I'd like to see them do a true utility slot, just as we have a true heal slot and a true... Because, you know, if they didn't do the true heal slot, this would be fucking just another offensive Signet. So, you know, little things like that I'd like to see where they iterate on and continue learning as time goes forward. But anyway, yeah, it's funny, that thing, isn't it? The idea. I love that idea of picking my spirits. My suggestion during the beta was to say that traits should do it. Traits should, you know, a different Grandmaster trait gives you a different batch of 3. But, you know, I think, guys, the reason we don't have lots of different spirits is just budget and time, you know. I think these needed more time in the oven, and they could have really, really done an amazing ritualist if they had more time. I tell you, I'll say it again, everyone. I do not believe in doing 9 at once. You know, back during Season 3, Season 4, Icefruit Saga, even Icefruit Saga was a brilliant time to talk about this again. Because, you know, they weren't even going to sell expansions anymore, and we were looking for elite specs in some way. I have maintained for years. I seriously think 1 elite spec at a time, but it's in a patch, you know? Like, if we're waiting 3 months for a patch, doing 1 elite spec, I reckon you could... Like, okay, so look, they just made 9 in 12 months. What is that? I'm opening my calculator here.
Let me get my calculator. It's 3.333 recurring, of course. So that's 9 elite specializations, and they had 12 months to make them.
All right. They're busting out, on average, they have 75% of a month to make an elite spec right now. No, that's not right. What have they got? Shit, what's the maths? Oh no, it's 12 divided by 9, not 9 divided by 12. You got 12 months to make 9 specs. Oh my god, it is 1.333 recurring. Currently, guys, right? They have to make... If they did these elite specs in a year, right? Because last year they were making spears. And yes, there's overlap and there'll be things on the cutting room floor and stuff, but let's simplify it at least a little, right? And I think we're still accurate enough with this simplification, right? For Christ's sake, let's get the waypoint. They currently have 1.3 months to make an elite specialization. 0.33333.
Recurring, of course.
Okay. They have 1.3 months to make the rich list. Averaged out. I mean, I know it doesn't really work that way. They're actually going to have a guy employed the whole year on this, that, and the other thing or whatever. But just bear with me here. What I'm proposing, if they did 1 spec per patch, let's say it was the Icefruit Saga, right? And there was no expansions in sight, but they were doing just patches, right? And they were coming in once every 3 months, but each had an elite spec. They probably could get, on average, they probably could get a better rich list out of that. You know, because they would actually have a guy making the rich list 9 patches out, which actually gives them like 2 years, right? More than 2 years, 2.5 years, right? I seriously think that would... And there's other benefits too, right? So when it comes to competitive, I'm not playing it anymore, but when it does... You know what was always fucking sickening? Just as they get PvP balance into a good place, Heart of Thorns comes out and nukes everything because there's power creep everywhere because they've changed so many things all at once. Everything's exploded, and oh dear, we've killed the competitive scene because of Chronobunk, right? And then, oh, we're working on it, oh, look, balance is getting pretty good. We still have ESL, okay, balance, yeah. Night Path of Fire comes out and ruins it all, right? And then Path of Fire, oh, it's getting better and better. Okay, this isn't so busted. We're getting there. Oh, it's starting to really look pretty good. Diversity's improving. Boom, End of Dragons comes out because they're doing 9 at once, right? The 1 at once format that I've always proposed allows them to add just a bit and then rein that thing in. Okay, if only Hollow was added at one time, then they can bring it to the baseline. Because the baseline itself hasn't moved, right? And this doesn't just count for competitive. This counts for raiding benchmarks and everything else. It's just so much smarter, right? It's so much more clinical and scientific and precise. It's the right way to do it. You know, we were just talking about MOBAs. They don't fucking add 9 champions to League of Legends all at once, right? You don't wait 2 years for 9 champions to come in at once. It's obscene. It's not how you do it. And it's not just a competitive thing. It's only since I think it's better. And the argument I always had, the response I always had from people without fail was, but I play Guardian and I don't like the thought that they add Berserker because Berserker isn't a Guardian spec. And it's like, yeah, all right, you don't get it this patch. It's not aimed at you. In the immortal words of Stuart Lee, not everything's aimed at you. All right? You can't review down the Doctor Who Museum because the only things they offer are Doctor Who exhibits, all right? You're not the target audience right now. Chill out. You will get one later. And you know what? Sometimes the consumer's opinion doesn't matter. Sometimes it's a good thing, right? If the Guardian sees a cool spec come onto the Warrior and knows that this is the Warrior patch, do you know what? He might fucking try Warrior. He might learn a bit more about the game. He might end up a little bit more informed. He might discover a love for a class that he didn't have before. He might make a new character. He might have investment in new Ascended gear. Let's ignore everything they've done with legendaries. You might get more attention out of the player base. It's not a bad thing to encourage people to play the game more. And basically any criticism where someone says, but this makes me need to play more, I don't really put that much stock into. I mean, sometimes, you know, there are real conversations about grind and stuff. So anyway, I still believe in that, man. And under that format, maybe they could have done a ritualist with 9 to 12 or shit tons of spirits. I reckon we'd get higher quality elite specs. I think the reason that spears were higher quality last year, and they were, was because they had more time for smaller idea. And I think this batch of elite specs, and I think End of Dragons did too. I know you might think, but they had years to make End of Dragons. No. They fucking shat themselves, rushed out of the Icebrood Saga, and forced that through, right? They didn't have loads of time for EOD, and you can see that they struggled, you know? So, you know, just everything from the feedback to the time to implement, I believe in that model. Obviously, it's not the world we live in. But, you know, I'll meet you halfway, guys. I'll meet you halfway. Let's just do 3 elite specs then. Alright? Maybe Visions of Eternity doesn't do all 9. Maybe Visions of Eternity does 3. But I don't play those classes. Well, you get it next year, mate. Don't worry about it. You'll get it next year. I don't... I don't think it's make or break. And especially, right? Especially now. Right, can we... I've got a little time machine here, alright? This is the WoodenPotatoes painted time machine. It's fine. It won't throw you into, you know, the construction of Stonehenge. You're not gonna go to the Cretaceous, all right? We'll still be here in the Holocene. In fact, we're not going that far back. We're only going 3 months ago. Come on, step into the time machine with me, everyone. Hi everybody, and welcome to another video. So today, I want to talk about how shit it is we're never getting elite specs again. Right? That's where we were 3 months ago. No elite specs. People didn't even think they would ever come back. So if Arenanet did an announcement saying, yeah, we're doing them, it's just 3 this year, you really think the people are going to wring their hands about the fact, oh, it's not mine right now? No, they would be understanding and say, well, thank fuck we got something. Arenanet were perfectly teed up to lower the bar just a little bit, lower the expectations, rein it in a bit, be a bit more conservative with your ideas. And hasn't that always been Guild Wars' problem? Over-delivering. So I really think they could have announced just 3 for VOE. And some of you guys aren't going to buy it. You're going to say, but that wouldn't make me happy. Don't worry, you would have eventually been happy. And, you know, if it would have come for really 3 really fucking rock solid, excellent elite specs out of it, then I think it would have been worth it. Of course, the thing is, this is all based on hindsight and speculation, and maybe they wouldn't be better and so on, but just food for thought. Anyway, there you go. A little bit of a rant there. That was question 1, everybody. There you go. We're 1 hour 10 in, and we've done 1 question. What do you think? So, okay, let me look at live chat here. Let me give a voice to other people. Let's get off the soapbox here. So, Nezzy Wezzy says, listen, a batch of 9 having just a few winners is fine by me. And maybe you're right to say that. I mean, what do we think about that? Is that okay? Do we just accept some of them will be shit? I mean, every expansion's had at least one that I thought was a bit ugh. In fact, I don't remember what my big tier list was. What did I put in? There was probably something from... So, like, Heart of Thorns. The thing is, with Heart of Thorns, right, I have things that I think subjectively weren't great. Like, Scrapper subjectively wasn't, like, totally... You know, I didn't get giddy about Scrapper like I got giddy about Druid, right? But it was still, you know, it still had the work put in. Yeah, I mean, it basically just got an extra tool belt skill. It got more of an identity later after Barrier, to be honest. But anyway, you know, there will always be winners, there will always be losers. Are we happy for the losers to be Luminary level loser? I mean, Luminary... You know, it's a bit hypocritical, maybe. Not hypocritical. It's a bit, I don't know. There's probably some kind of fallacy there. Like, why... You know, I'm happy to badmouth the mono classes. So... You know, what are we saying? Okay, Luminary shit this year. Go on, go play something else. I don't know. I don't want to say that to Guardians. I mean, I do want to say play another class. But, you know, play at least 2 classes. To get good enjoyment out of this game, you've got to get at least 2 under your belt. At least. I think you put Harbinger and Vindicator way down there. Yeah. EOD, I mean, definitely had a selection. POF, I'd put Renegade way down. I don't see what the shit Renegade has to do with POF. I don't think the gameplay was... I mean, it's a shame, though. The Renegade F skills are actually amazing. I think Carla is just lame. Carla was a weird choice. Carla's a great idea for a legend, actually. She's, you know, a big, cool character between the 2 games and all that. But the spirits, I don't like what they did with the actual buttons on Carla. But short bow was amazing, just weak. But the animations and stuff are really sick on Renegade. So anyway, yeah, what I'm arguing is we could do, you know, if it was 3 a year with an assurance that next year there'd be another 3, I think there's so many long-term benefits to it as well. Like, if you, okay, let's say you play 3 classes, none of them got picked that year, you're definitely going to be interested next year, aren't you? You're definitely going to keep your eye out for what they do. And I'll tell you what as well, look, you've got to be a little bit cynical, you've got to be a little bit savvy sometimes. Don't you think, right? Let's say I'm a Guardian main, right? And Guardian isn't getting a spec for VOE, right? So I look at VOE, I look at what came, I look at the Ritualist and it was a da bomb. I look at, you know, Gale Shot, it was da bomb. I look at Troubadour, it was da bomb. They all look amazing. I'm really jealous. For 12 months, I keep thinking about Guild Wars. Fuck, they're going to do it. Oh my god, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? For 12 months. And the grass is always greener. Even if the 3 specs that did release weren't that good, I didn't play them, so the grass is greener, so I think they look good. I sit there for 12 months. Finally, Arenanet announce it, right? Now, let's say they reveal the Luminary, which is dog shit. The theme, the lore, the whole idea. It doesn't even matter what the buttons do. I mean, you might end up liking it on a buildcraft perspective because it's potent. But it's obviously, like, a shitty theme, right? Oh, well, not, you know, some people might like it. The point is, you might not like the theme, okay? But you've been waiting 12 months. I think you're going to try it anyway, because you're like in it now. You're like, oh, I'll give it a shot. You know, you've clung to that idea. So I reckon a good proportion of people will be like, okay, I'm going to try it. You know, that's a very different world to be in than what people are currently in, which is, well, I didn't even expect they'd do anything and it looks rubbish, so no, you know. They've been invested in the idea of coming back to Guild Wars 2 for a year. So they probably will. I mean, they might badmouth it a bit or whatever. But I think they'd do it anyway. So I just think it's better. Anyway, look, come on. We're going to move on to another question here. So here we go. Question 2 of this mega podcast. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't actually think I was going to put this one on the video. This is a guy... Do you guys remember after Guild Wars 2 came out, I did a video called Guild Wars 2 9 months later? It's kind of a really interesting time capsule now. It was kind of a... It was a bit of a sloppy essay, really. But it was basically a chat about where the game had gone after 9 months. And I remember around that time, it was such easy viewership doing content like that. I remember I did a video where I talked about making a new character, but I called it Starting Over. And I remember it got big views, or like early views, because people thought it was me quitting the game. I really remember that. Anyway, someone dropped a comment on that. Isaac saying, I don't know what you mean you sound the same, because we've been talking about how my voice has changed. And he was like, no. So sorry, that's not actually meant to be in the video. That was for Discord. Okay, Nick says, oh yeah, I was talking about auto attack counting. Honestly, this shit is crazy, guys. Nick says, I don't remember the exact name, but someone's made an add-on that adds a little gem to your UI that fills up, counting your auto chains for you. So yeah, I found that. I asked in Discord what it was called. It's a pack for an add-on called Refect. Now, Refect, you install Refect with Nexus, except it's not natively in the library, so I don't actually have it installed. I haven't looked up why it's not in the library, but it's pretty fascinating, guys. I was out of the loop on this, and I'll show you. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Let me add a picture for you all. So Refect allows you to customize your skills, your UI, like a Guild Wars 1 UI. You know, in Guild Wars 1, you could hit F11, you could go interface, you could shuffle shit around, move anything you like. You know, in FF14, you can do that. You know, in WoW, it's really sophisticated because it's the add-on layer. That exists for Guild Wars 2 now. And it's a little bit iffy with the, you know, the add-on policy and all of that. And it's kind of a weird one. So, you know, don't take this as an endorsement from me. But I was looking at their Discord. So you can download packs, that gem filling thing. Look at that. Can we just talk about this for a second? Alt-tab, I know a lot of you guys are just listening. Look at this. This is a screenshot of some of the shit people are doing with this. Now, they are quite strict about what they let you do with the tool. My first and only thought about why this would be useful is to stop hidden cooldowns, so I can see my weapon skill cooldowns even when I'm not on the weapon, right? Without having to weapon swap. That's the immediate obvious thing that you'd want to do. Or when you're an engineer, seeing your kit cooldowns without equipping the kit, all right? Now that shit's real. You can immediately see how handy that is. That is like forbidden though. So the one thing I would immediately be like, oh, I'd use this for that. No, that's forbidden. They don't want you doing that. That apparently is a serious no-no. So then you're left with like shuffling things around. I mean, this to me, this guy's UI here, this is obscene. I mean, it's well balanced and pretty and stuff. And so the idea there where you see the might, the quickness, the alacrity, the fury, those, you know, you can see the crucial boons when you'd be interested in them. But I mean, it's just... I think I don't want to get into too big of a conversation with this, but this is pretty fascinating to me. Guild Wars took the stance that they're going to dictate the core structure of the UI. They're not going to let you customize it. Why? Because as soon as the player base does customize it, this is what their streamers' content looks like. This is what their videos look like. It's like, and it's off-putting. You know, it's not stylized anymore. It's not, and they went for the art. They went for aesthetic. They tried to keep a strict hold on it, and I don't think they're wrong for that. And it's funny, the second... This is another Pandora's box, really. As soon as an add-on even remotely allows you to do things, this is the kind of UI people build for themselves. That classic information overload, insane, like, no sense of aesthetic. I mean, again, it's well balanced and stuff. But, like, I look at some of this, I'm like, do you need that? Maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but this guy's playing Reaper, and he has his Scourge UI on? Yes, I need to see my shade cooldowns while I'm on Reaper. You know, at a certain point, it's not actually about making something that looks good or usable. It's just like this collectathon mentality where it's like, oh, I have to have everything. I have to have every piece of information there all at once. You know, and usability may not be the thing. But, you know, who am I to judge how someone else sets up their game? I'm just saying this is the kind of thing that people are doing with it. It's pretty crazy. So, yeah, pretty wild stuff. I might have a tinker with it. Obviously, I tinkered with that stuff a lot for 14, all in the name of creating immersive, fun playthrough for you all. And maybe there's some applications in Guild Wars 2 for it. But pretty interesting, isn't it? So, you need Nexus. And within Nexus, you need to get Refect. And then people do, like, packs for it, I guess. I don't know. Don't WoW add on my Guild Wars 2. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg, really. The other big thing that I've learned about with add-ons recently is, so in Blish, you can install... I haven't set it up yet, but you can install packs that help you set up, like, your squad markers. So let's say we're going to fight a raid boss here, right? You can, at the click of a button, it will put arrow here, circle here, heart here, square here, right? Down to the pixel, down to the correct coordinate. And now we can watch a YouTube video that tells us a strat on how to beat the thing. And it's like, okay, Kiter, go to Spiral. And then go back to Arrow. And for now, we're still pretty close to in-game, right? And it's just that Blish has allowed me to, as a commander, to place these. But the thing is, there's only so many. So Blish has gone further now. And you can put, like, Frog down. You can put a new one down, a Frog. And you can put down, like, a whale, and you can put down a manta ray, and a jellyfish, and a goldfish. You know, they're all water-themed. It's weird. No, I don't know. Anyway, and then, go one further, I believe what Blish has set up is what if in the middle of the mechanic, we moved the arrow from this coordinate to here, and we had Blish do that for us. Oh, so you can see where we're going now. We're getting very World of Warcrafty now, where the add-on just solves the fight for you. Okay, go to Arrow. Okay, split one, go to Arrow. And all I actually have to do as a player is just follow the arrows while doing my DPS rotation, right? And I don't need to know the mechanics or what's going on. And I can tell you, you could treat Febe like that. You 100% could. And the entire squad could do that. Right? And what it's functionally doing is just moving markers around. And I believe that they have stuff like that now. I have a friend that joined a prog for Ura. I haven't done any Ura, right? I don't know this year's LM. That's what I'll be looking at. You'll see a video. A guy tried to join a prog group, and he could not understand what was happening because all the community call-outs and stuff were based, like they were talking about frog and rabbit and stuff. You needed the marker pack. You needed to install Blish and to have this marker pack that kind of was solving the fight for you, all right? So to that guy in live chat just a second ago who said, don't WoW add on my Guild Wars 2, I mean, my understanding with WoW, okay, because I haven't played Retail, I've only played Classic. My understanding with WoW is that Blizzard saw people doing shit like this and they embraced it. And they said, okay, so we're going to design content expecting you to do it. And they're going to try and make it hard even knowing you have that tool, right? And my understanding with WoW is when you watch like a world first race in WoW, they have people who get paid like a fucking wage. They're like comp sci majors. You know, they've got their degree in comp sci and they get hired by raiding teams to be on call when new content comes out to watch Discord streams of the content happening so that they can on the fly make add-ons solving the fight on the fly. And that's what world first WoW raiding is. It's like high-level chess, you know? Where it's like, how many people can you pay for a team to solve the lines, right? So that when they take a break at the end of the day, that's what high-level WoW rating is. It's like how much funding does this team have? How a team gets sponsors? How many views does this team get so that the sponsors can pay for the coders to build the add-ons on the fly? I mean, am I wrong about this? I mean, this is insane, really. I mean, honestly, you just think about that. Just think about that as an encapsulation of what gaming has and can become, right? That's where MMOs are. Like, just stop for a second to think about that. And, you know, Guild Wars is nowhere near there, but only because it doesn't have the community, right? Only because enough people play the game, because you can pay someone to do that. There you go. Kyle says, yeah, they design tools on the fly. I mean, really, just think about it. It's fascinating. It's incredible, really. And I wonder whether Arenanet, you know, I'm so curious about so many of the devs. I try to keep as distant as humanly possible from the studio, so I don't want to make friends with the devs. I don't think it's ethical to talk to the devs much, to be friends with the devs, to like forge relationships, because at the end of the day, my job, I should be beholden to the consumer. I shouldn't, you know, there's so much like access journalism and bullshit, you know, when Arenanet, I don't want to get too critical and stuff. Anyway, I don't think it's ethical to be friends with them, so I don't get very close. But I'm very fascinated to think, what do they think? Is that what they want for Guild Wars? Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3? You know, if you could get a Guild Wars 2 content designer on the phone, what would they say about WoW? Is that their dream eventually one day? It's funny, isn't it? And like, what measures do you put in place to stop that? And you can say, well, we'll just go with the flow and see whatever. But I'm telling you, these Blish add-ons, we're on our way. So yeah, anyone in chat who can teach me more about these other scenes, like I've got a friend that's very into it all, and he talks to me about it sometimes. I don't know about the monetary side of paying them, but they definitely have dedicated weak aura writers. I mean, 14 is interesting too, right? They'll have like they'll have the people playing, and then they'll have like fills and reserves sitting there learning at the same time and trying to like identify mechanics and stuff. Cooking with Hedonism Bot says, yeah, I watch Race for World First, and that is accurate. There you go. Let's see. Are these guys paying, making weak auras being paid Seattle salaries too? No, well, maybe. Do you know what? I think they're overemployed. Have you guys seen this this phenomenon that's going around? Don't worry, it's not leeching. I'll teach you about all the weird subcultures on the internet, alright? Here's a good one. Oh, I learned about the Omegaverse the other day. I took an Omegaverse quiz, which was a very weird experience. If anyone knows about the Omegaverse, and I learned that I'm a needy beta. That's my designation on Omegaverse. And I also learned about knotting, which is, I think it's something dogs do, where during like canine intercourse, the male genital, after insemination, their genitals like swell so that they can't come back out or something. And apparently that's like an Omegaverse thing. Anyway, so overemployed. It's this thing where people are proudly. I mean, the ethics and the morality of this are fascinating too. In this world, right, where so many people are struggling to get jobs, good jobs, there are people who work from home, and they will they'll get a salary from a company, and then they'll get another job and get another salary from another company, and they'll do both jobs at once, and they'll deliberately do their job in a way where they don't take on new responsibilities. They always make it clear what their boundaries are with their duties and how busy they are and so on. And they just get paid 2 full-time wages. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to becoming, and they call it overemployed. To becoming overemployed, how to hide your overemployment from your employers. It's like you have to be careful on LinkedIn, right? Like if one of your bosses sees on LinkedIn you've got another job, there are like horror stories, I say that in air quotes, where people get found out and fired, and like it's all about strategizing how to do this. And you know, there's a tangled web of ethics and things to talk about with that, really, right? Because I mean, you're being deceitful, you're lying to your employer, but at the end of the day, are you doing the expectations of your contract? And if you can do another job at the same time, then more fool them. You know, what does it say about how difficult some of the work is in these industries? What about when you're putting all this pressure and this extra work onto other members of your team? Like, imagine being crunched at a game studio, right, in game development, and someone's not really pulling their weight, but they're doing just enough to get by, and you realize it's because they're getting 2 paychecks. They're prioritizing somewhere else. It's really interesting. What about all the people who can't get jobs because they're jobs? You know, like it's pretty interesting. Overemployed. Yeah, J1 found out about J2. There you go. Jambo's been on there. He knows. That's how they talk, right? And they all do that. They all use jargon to obfuscate it, and yeah, J1 and J2. That's not something you expected to hear about from me? Oh, what, the Omegaverse thing? Yeah, I don't really get it. I think it's like one of these kiddie subcultures. You suspect one of your co-workers is doing exactly that? Yeah, there's very often posts where people will say, I'm 90% sure that this co-worker is overemployed. What should I do? Because, you know, you're the snake at that point, right? You're the rat. If you tell your boss about it, if you tell your supervisor about it, but maybe that's within your rights to do that. If their poor performance is affecting you, right? Maybe you're well within your rights to say, well, look, this person's not doing their job properly. But you know, where does the buck stop? Surely, with you know, if you're genuinely competent at it, right? If you're told to do a task and you get it done, and now you have a bunch of free time, you know, I don't subscribe to this idea that you just have to sit there doing nothing, being on call, right? Like, well, okay, people do get paid to be on call, but you get what I mean? Like, as long as you can do your duties, who's to say that you can't do another job? What's an insane chat comment? I must have missed it. The next step of the dystopia is a reality TV show about people trying to do the overemployment thing. See, because like with my job, with what I'm doing right now, right? I don't think it would be unethical for someone to be a streamer and work full time. If you're doing the streams, if you're satisfying your audience, you know, if you're laying out expectations for what you do, and people are happy to watch, and you know, like I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Why does it change just because you have a boss that's not yourself, right? Any sole trader, right, is welcome to take on as much work as they like. I think it's the thing that really gets to me about it, though, is the greediness thing, you know, where it is like, okay, a lot of people are struggling to break into this industry, and you've got it's such a fuck you, I got my sorry, I'm gonna be really mean right now. It's a very American thing, right? It's a very selfish, and I mean, look, when I say like Americans are selfish, I don't mean that in like I don't mean that to be as rude as that comes across. I mean it literally as like it is this out for yourself kind of mentality, right? And there's no shame about that. There's no sense of broader community. There's no sense that you owe anything to society. You only owe to what you can get for yourself, and fuck everyone else. It's a very like, and some people are completely shameless about that. Completely. I mean, maybe we don't have to devolve it to one nation or another. Pulling one over your employer, A-OK, actually morally correct. Putting extra stress on your co-workers because of that shit. Well, no, look, I'm sorry. I don't agree with that either. It's all contextual, right? So if I'm at a startup, right? If I've just finished some kind of university course, there's a new start, we don't have much money, there's like one rich guy among us, we've got 10 people, they put a fuck ton of money on the line, and we're desperate to make it happen, and you go and be overemployed. I don't give a fuck that person might be your boss, it's not technically your company. You're a complete prick for doing that. That's outrageous, right? However, if you're joining some massive out-of-touch corpo that the executives and the board wouldn't even know your name, you're just a fucking mindless peon to them, then yeah, that's a different story, you know? It depends on the business, it depends on how much money there is, how safe it is. You know, there is no one ethical answer to this. It's, okay, what are you working? What's the culture like, right? It's true the overarching culture in America is hyper-individualism. Yeah, I do believe you can point to overarching cultures. You know, America's a very young country as well, and, you know, you don't have to go too many generations back in America to find someone who took a chance on a new life, right? The people who are still in Europe, the people who are still in Asia, the people who are still in Africa, or anywhere else on the planet, at the end of the day, we settled, we were comfortable, we were whatever. People, by and large, and not long ago in America, they're people that were looking out for themselves and trying to build something new for themselves. And culturally, that is going to seep through, and that is going to change the outlook, for better and for worse in some ways. I was trying to find the exit to the south, only to realise this isn't Guild Wars 1. And there isn't an exit to the south. We want to go up here. Fuck, guys, this has got nothing to do with the beta. Anyway, yeah, overemployment. Check it out. Almost no one has the former type of job. It's almost entirely the latter. Well, is that true? I don't know. That's the kind of thing you can probably get a number on, right? How many sole traders are there in the States? How many small businesses are in the state? Versus megacorp employment? I don't know. I don't really have a comment. I don't know. I'm out of my wheelhouse. Let's get up. But yeah, overemployment since COVID and more working from home, I think, is a bigger thing. And you know, there's this big like thing on the net. No one is remotely sympathetic to any company that is asking people to come back into the office. But you look at shit like overemployment. It's like, I can see why they want a bit of supervision and oversight. Right. What have we got here? This is from Chris Forrest. My positive thoughts on Luminary revolve around SPVP. The Shroud felt unique in the sense that you could really pop into it when you need it. A little bag of utility. Or, if you need to, you can't camp it. Sorry, I think he means you can camp it, make decent combos with, and then depending on the situation, figure out which weapon to end on to power your next play. That feels way different than the other Shrouds I've played in that game mode. I didn't get a chance to play it much in PvE. I did only a little bit of open world and solo content. It was fun for that reason. I do see it struggling to be super fun as a DPS in Instanced. I would really like to see the kit given some more love in those regards, as well as some talent improvement. I do agree, seeing some love to the virtue usage would help give it a better identity. But it does a great job of a unique playstyle in PvP with the aesthetic of a blue paladin. Look, let's be very clear about Luminary. It is likable from an efficacy and button pressy standpoint, which is what you just talked about, right? So I loved the light aura explosion. I think it was really, really strong, the tuning and stuff. Like, you can easily like it on those grounds, right? That is one arena of thought in which, fine, we can enjoy the Luminary. But is that enough for me to get around the fact that 90% of the animations don't feel good? The buttons don't... The Shroud button... The Shroud doesn't feel weighty. The art isn't on the Shroud. The fundamental idea of it... Like, people say, oh, it's a faux fire spec. No, it's not. It looks like it, but it's not. That's a failing of the spec. It's iron, flame. It's a weird idea, right? Like, the whole thing... Like, these are, like, irredeemably terrible things about the Luminary that, like, no matter how much tuning there is, like, it cannot save it for me. So, I like to hear that it has those tools in PvP. And I think that, you know, if I had spent the whole week on Luminary, I probably, you know, and really learned what every button was, it probably can feel like quite a satisfying Shroud. But it feels more like a kit than a Shroud to me right now, so... Like, I don't know why it's not a kit. It seems arbitrary just so that people won't compare it unfavorably to the Firebrand, which got 3 instead of 1. That is the only reason I think that that's a Shroud, quote-unquote Shroud. It has no resource that you're building or spending when you're in there. It's not a Shroud. So I'm going to say, I'm not a fan of it, really. But the idea that it does have the little utility and stuff, I can get behind that. And, yeah, like, it was the first one we played, and I sort of wish I spent more time with it. Oh, what, did we have another comment there, by the way? Yeah, no, we didn't. That was the full thing. Igor of Karim says, oh, this was amazing. I didn't think to try this. Dread? Oh my god, guys. If Dread in Spite resets the cooldown of Wanderlust was Writ 3, then the open world quick spam could work a lot better. And also a ton of unsummoned procs and CC from constant Wanderlust or knockdowns. Oh my god. So it sounds like it was bugged, but dude, you've got a good point. Here, for those that aren't too familiar with Necro. Fucking Dread. I don't know if they set that up for us at the start. Wait, where is Dread now? Is Dread in Spite? Oh, it used to be in Spite. Yeah, Dread, it's Grandmaster. I think they used to be opposed to Terra. And now it's not opposed to Terra, which is a real shame. Does Terra even exist anymore? I don't know. Dread! If you fear... So just to be clear, right? Most Reaper 3s... Sorry, most Necro 3s, they've got like a fear component. So Terrify, that's fear. Or if we're in Core Shroud, it's a fear on 3. So what this says is whenever you fear, you give yourself quickness and fury, right? And on second ICD, remember Warrior has on every CC, you give yourself quickness, so it's basically permanent quickness. There's an equivalent on Necro, but it's on fear, so it's slightly harder to proc. Seems a bit unfair, but there you go. So whenever you fear, give yourself quickness. And as an added bonus, whenever you kill something, you're chunking down your recharge of Shroud 3. This was such a cool update. Let's head out into the Echovald. Oh my god, look at this. This Necro's never even explored the Echovald. It's because Gux is my, Well, alright, fuck it. Let's just go somewhere. Let's go to Hearthorns. I don't know. Pocket Raptors, lots of kills, nice and quick. And by the way, I don't know... There's a quickness IC... There's an ICD there of 1 second listed. I don't actually know whether that's for the recharge or on kill, or whether it's the quickness application. Or both, and they share. I don't know. But anyway, check this out. So we will button mash on our sword shit. God, I really love this outline to the cast bar. So here, when I use 3, right, and now when I kill the Pocket Raptors, oh, it didn't even go down that much. Anyway, you can summon Wanderlust, right? Oh, because I didn't have the fucking trait on. That would explain it. Just a little bit. There you go. We get it back straight away. Imagine if that's the spirit. Imagine that's Wanderlust coming back over and over and over and over again. Pew pew pew, pew pew pew, pew pew pew. Oh. And it's doing CC. So I think that's super cool. I'd love to try that. But yeah, the message seems to suggest it wasn't working. So I don't know. Live chat? Char, blue fire, no burning, no faux fire lantern, does nothing, nothing burger spec. Yeah, like, come on. I don't think it's sincere to look at the tuning of some busted traits, right? And like a couple of weapon skills and to say, oh, the spec's good, when clearly it's fundamentally dog shit. Sorry, that's very hyperbolic, but come on. By the way, while we're going on big weird rants, you know Guild Wars 2, you know the cast bar in Guild Wars 2, this yellow cast bar, right? I think it's a microcosm. Let's disable this. This is what it looks like normally, right? It looks like a paint stroke, almost, right? It's ill-defined at the edges. You can't see where it's charging to. It's purely stylized. This cast bar says something. about how Arenanet were waffly with balance and design and like elite spec tuning, profession tuning and stuff at launch, and how they wanted players to tackle the product and not to be too concrete about it and not to be too mathy about it and not to be too structured with their rotations and shit like that. And we've seen over the years that just more and more is not how the game is played anymore. That's not how the community, you know, like to me it's a very World of Warcraft mindset. It's an outsider mindset that over the years, especially since Hearthorns came in more and more and more, and I have friends that don't understand that at all. They don't know how to distinguish between the idea, you know, that this is not a prescriptive rotation game. It's it's not prescriptive. People just like invent their own. It's like a washiness, you know. It's an indistinctiveness. And it's funny, when I see, like, now you've got, like, an add-on that will actually give you a nice clear bar around the outside so you can really gauge when the animation's up so that you can cue things properly and be mathy about it and be concrete about it. It just kind of, it tells the story, I think, of where the community's gone. And it wouldn't surprise me if one day Arenanet finally say, all right, you guys are right, we're wrong. And a bar like that, an outline like that, actually comes into the game. Anyway. Next comment. I feel like that was a bit too heady of a comment. Robert says, I'm just listening to WP on 3 times while he tells me he recommends I watch it on 1.5. 3 times? Come on, how can you understand anything I'm saying on 3 times? Especially if I just tried to and failed. Especially if I speak a little bit quickly like this. I mean, obviously this isn't going to come through at 3 times. You're just not going to be able to get that. You're not. I can barely make out 2 times. 1.5 is my recommendation. That is the definitive way to watch these VODs, alright? These live viewers, they are second-class citizens. They have to go slow. So here's Zafe. About Paragon balance. Unfortunately, every time they try to buff Support Warrior, they create a horrible, unkillable bunker in PvP modes. Delete Defiant stance, by the way. I can't even imagine how obnoxious it would be chaining Defiant stance and the Paragon Elite if it was good. We've got Endure Pain in the mix as well there. Yeah, that's a really good point. Oh, that was quite cool. Did you guys see Blishard going in front of the comment there? It's always tricky. I don't think that's a warrior issue, though. That's always been an issue. All over the place. Like, Druids, you know, when it could do Signet of Stone and, like, the lesser Signet of Stone as well at the time. Or Soul Beasts then merging with their bears and shit. It has been a problem. And Druid obviously was on a supporty thing too. But yeah, the thing is, do we think that Paragon is forever crippled because of tuning issues in competitive? I don't know whether that's true. I think the modern balance team are more aggressive about splitting between game modes, and I think that's right for them to do, and I'm very happy that they're doing that. And I don't know whether I really believe that that's an unworkable problem now. Slow is better. Well, then I'm just going to sound drunk. You subscribe to the Turtle lifestyle? Yeah. We had like 3 people with Turtle names at one point. The old Turtle stream. And Turtle Moji is the last man standing. Right. Justin. Oh, a little comment about that spider I missed, by the way. The spider doesn't want you to get a cup. The spider doesn't even know it exists. Well, actually, I've read quite a few times that spiders are a lot more aware of you than you realize. Like, have you guys ever done that thing where there is a spider, you want to pick it up, get it out, so you go to get a cup or something, and when you come back to the room, it's gone? That's not an accident. They're watching you. They know where you are, and they fucking run as soon as you're gone. Like, I'm always fascinated by that. Like, the thought of how many bugs are looking at you right now. How many life forms are actually aware of your existence. There's probably a lot more than you realize, just because bugs, they do get it, you know? Anyway, what captured me about this was Justin saying it's so interesting how intrinsic a fear of God is to the human psyche. Because I mentioned, you know, my logic why I don't kill bugs. I like to believe that a higher power has the capacity not to be ruthless. I don't think it's just a human thing, though, and it's not just a god thing. It's just evolution. It's any kind of evolution that exists within a predator-prey scenario, right? It's not just humans. If dogs got smart enough that they could talk and fly planes, you know, if they had the dexterity, if they had opposable thumbs or whatever, you know, like they too would create god myths and god constructs, because it's very easy to imagine a predator, right? I mean, it's interesting. If kiwi birds from New Zealand famously have no predators, right? So they're really fucking dumb. If they were enlightened, if we uplifted them, Stellaris style, you know, we mapped their genome, we realized what to tweak, we gave them brains and the power of communication, or sophisticated linguistic communication at the very least, right? And they built cultures for themselves. Would they be agnostic? Probably, right? But I think for most of us, if on any level... Like, I was talking to Kerry about this other day, right? There are evolutionary things that linger, you know? There are innate fears and whatever. There really are. I was talking to her about this, and I invite you guys all to do this right now, everybody. All right, some of you are going to think I'm insane. Can you feel... So they talked about this in Beef. I finished Beef, by the way. Beef is a 10 out of 10 show up to the end of episode 9. Episode 10, they had a good... I'm not going to spoil it or whatever. They didn't land it, unfortunately. I think they were a bit... If they ended episode 9 with the cars driving instead of going in the ditch, boom, best show ever. They had it. They went a bit too long with it. Anyway, in that show, there's a conversation where someone says, sometimes I can feel where my tail used to be. All right? And he's right, you can do that. Stop just for a second. I'm deadly serious. Can you feel where your tail... I can flex that muscle. Right now, I can clench where my tail used to be. All right? Okay, I'm not going to be alone. You guys can do that, right? And that's why we invented God. The writer of Beef worked on Thunderbolts. Really? Beef is one of the most millennial shows I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, Sap, you agree about ending on episode 9? I'm so happy. I got really annoyed. I tried to read some review about that online, and there were so many people that just didn't fucking get it. They're like, oh, these people aren't likable. You don't need characters to be likable for it to be great art. It's not supposed to be you. Yeah, they've got issues. Oh. Yeah, it's called your bottom. No. I'm not talking about, like, your ring or whatever. You just asked a bunch of people to poke their butt? No, come on. Look, you guys know where your tailbone is, and that's like, yeah, I reckon if I had a tail, I could flex that thing. Uh-oh. We're getting a bit Omega-versy here. Let's move on. Next. We'll talk about everything except the specs. In one of your earlier videos, says Kebra Harash, you asked about system improvements and obstacles to returning players. As a casual, something I've bounced off again and again when I come back to the game is the convoluted process for crafting legendaries. All the currencies you need, the materials that need to be refined into other materials, and the web of gifts that needs crafting into other gifts. Some kind of in-game crafting tree that showed your progress towards a legendary would let you visualize the crafting process as a whole, including how and where to find the components and your progress through it. Some other QOL changes, like letting us store gifts in material storage or a way to stat swap precursors, would also make a big difference. I hate the fact that the short-term reward for completing a gift is a clogged inventory slot, and that I can accidentally destroy a precursor if I try to stat swap it in the Mystic Forge. And Joke Shop says, this is an idea which is probably not too difficult to implement, but would have a massive impact on new players. Crafting legendaries is arguably the main long-term goal people are pushed towards in this game, with no vertical progression system. Making them easy to understand and track progress is a great idea. Okay. I've got a lot of thoughts. First of all, I don't think it's an easy thing at all. Well, as proposed by this comment, I don't think it's an easy thing. I think actually a lot of the UI stuff is a lot harder to do than you might think. To some extent, building precursor and stuff is standardized, right? To some extent. And we do already have the collection UI for that. And it's fairly robust, right? Like, I've done all of them here, but I've never done... Oh, here. These bottom 3 for Heart of Thorns. You know, when I unlock that, I get a list. And I'll mouse over and it will show me this, that, or the other thing. We're talking about improving that. I mean, this is for the precursor, so we can say that maybe the precursor is fine. Then the legendary itself, yeah, there's a lot of obscure, annoying Mystic Forge stuff. When you look at their newer strategies, like in Janthir Wilds, when we have Orax, like I went through these, I thought this was okay, honestly. I was able to do this in-game. But then I am a veteran, so when I see Bloodstone Shards, to me, I immediately know what that is and where to get that. But then again, it has the hint written there. Purchase from Mystic Forge vendors for Spirit Shards. I think they've got this about as good as they will get it. A big tree for your crafting would be fantastic. I think that would be very cool. But I don't think it's that easy to implement. Alright, so that's my immediate thought. Moving on from that, though, I'm not saying don't do any UI. I'm actually a huge believer in the wiki. The wiki integration, I think, is king. I think Arenanet need to look into that as much as they possibly can. So, if we go to Nexus here, you know, I have Arc DPS. I have Arc DPS's unofficial add-ons installed. Where are they? Oh, installed, sorry. Unofficial extras. So everything I'm looking at right now is bullshit that new players and casual players won't do. Because I've installed an add-on manager to install an add-on, which is its own manager. And, like, you know, you're not going to be savvy with this. You're not going to do it, right? In fact, you aren't even listening because a casual to the degree we're mostly talking about wouldn't be even on this. But anyway, they have an option on there that I use. Unofficial extras. Move wiki. So a wiki option, basically. When I right-click in game, if I right-click this attuned red ring of death, do you see that option I have there? What does that say? You might have to full screen and squint. I'll let you do that while I drink some coffee. Open in wiki. You can click that, and the wiki page comes up. And the wiki is a fantastic resource. The wiki is so good for new players. For all players. You cannot argue with the format of that wiki. You cannot argue with the contributors of that wiki. The wiki contributors, as far as I'm concerned, there should be a fucking purple title in-game for anyone with either X commits or contributions or whatever to the wiki. The wiki's insane. So good. And I'm telling you, if you right-click any legendary and you go on the wiki, it lists it out better there than the in-game UI could ever do. So I'm a big believer in wiki integrations. I believe that... And you might say, oh, but Arenanet won't do that because it's the community. But hold on, Arenanet does already do that. But you have to know to type /wiki in the chat box and then press space and then shift-click and then press enter. Look at my input on chat here on the top left here. If I press enter now, it will do the same thing as what Unofficial Extras has just given me on the right-click menu. So I think Arenanet need to look at this sort of thing. And, you know, I think that when I'm on... when I'm, say, looking at Orax or whatever, if I can... oh, God, I've messed this up here. Janthir Wilds. If I'm looking at Orax, if I can click this and it's got, like, a little wiki button on the top right each time... You know how I get like a little eyeball on the Wizard's Vault? You know this eyeball? Not the eyeball to track. What's the button to go to? Here, this. You see that says click to view on map? I click it. It shows me. Click to view on wiki. Come on, Arenanet. Leverage the wiki. Embrace the fact that you are effectively a wiki game. And just tighten those connections up. That is what I think a solution is, without really, you know, without having to build really complex new UIs and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot you're asking for with that. But wiki buttons, wiki integrations, that's a key. That's the compromised solution. That's what I would advocate for. So that's my first thing, right? If we want to talk praxis, there you have it. But, you know, I just want to be clear, guys. Let's read this again. I'm going to give you a perspective here. In one of your earlier videos, you asked about system improvements, obstacles to returning players. As a casual, something I've bounced off again and again and again when I come back to the game is the convoluted process for crafting legendaries. All right, let me stop you there. This is all fucked up. Well, no wonder you're bouncing off. Part of me just wants to scream and say, what? Obviously, mate. It's not your fault. Legendaries aren't for you. None of this was made for you. You know why there's no UI for making legendaries? You know why they're buried in Mystic Forge recipes? Because it's supposed to be fringe shit. It's supposed to be the nerdiest of nerds, buried with their noses in books, hunting through the entire game Nicholas the Traveller style, trying to find obscure, oblique, hidden Mystic Forge recipes to slowly build to insane shit that only 1 in a million players would use. That's why the Moot has all these insane visuals that totally detract from the rest of the game. That's why the Dreamer shoots ponies with Arenanet tramp stamps on their asses, going, nee, 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 nee. It's okay, because there's only supposed to be 1 in every fucking hundreds of thousands of players that will even consider going for it, let alone knowing how to build it. It's meant to be the insane end game objective. That's what legendaries are, and that's what this game was, what they were predicated on when this game was built. And it's Arenanet's mistake. It's Arenanet's lack of professionalism. It's Arenanet's failure to adhere to that vision that has fucked the game up to where it is now. That I'm getting comments of people saying I'm a casual and I'm bouncing off because it's hard to make legendaries. They're not meant to be for you. Or at least they weren't once upon a time. And now Arenanet's in this awkward position where they're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. And they never should have been doing this. Here's the situation. Legendaries were for the ultra nerds. Exotics and other shit were supposed to be for normal players. Alright? And what happened was Guild Wars 2 came out and it failed to understand how to build for the mid-core. It failed to create long-term progress for mid-core players, and it failed to make legendaries, you know, as grindy as they should have been, frankly, long-term for hardcore players. They didn't have long-term thinking. They didn't have these solutions in place. So, like, I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise. Well, I haven't been playing Rise, but Wilds. You know what? I'm a mid-core player in Monster Hunter. In fact, I'm a casual, right? When I play that game on the current patch, do you know what? I can do thousands of hunts. I can hunt and hunt and hunt and hunt and hunt and always feel like I'm going to get something because of the new update with the charms, where there's like a billion different decorations and skill gems and things that I can get. And finding that perfect amulet that lets me change my build is there, right? And so, like, you know, Kerry, and I have friends who do it, and they'll just like meta monkey, and they only have like 1 amulet that they'd ever really run, so it's kind of not a good update for them. But for casual mid-core players, you know, I'm constantly getting new amulets where I'm like, oh shit, this is cool, and I'll change my build because now I have different gems, and like, so that's an example of a game that has the mid-core figured out. They understood what that meant, and there's a lot to do. Guild Wars never figured that out. Guild Wars had dungeon currencies that they instantly got cold feet on as soon as players complained they were too tough to get. And they instantly bowed out. Like, their fear of grind and their desire to placate the masses killed this idea in Guild Wars that there was something for casuals to go for. That there was something for mid-core to go for. All they had left was legendaries. So now legendaries can't be what they're trying to be. And now it's all fucked up, alright? And to this day, Arenanet still fuck that up. The Legendary Armory with End of Dragons is an abomination. It's a fucking abomination. The fact that all of that QOL has been thrown on there is outrageous and continues to trample on the grave of the original idea. And so now we have people like accusing the UI of the mistake, but it's not about the UI really. It's the fact that you feel the need to make a legendary in the first place, and I'm sorry about that. So yeah, like so that's my other thought on it, and it just endlessly frustrates me. But so you know, you can't unring a bell, right? It's too late now. So I think wiki is the solution personally. That's my practical solution to that. But yeah, just a little bit of trust me, as someone who's been here since GW1, that is what has happened, all right? It's the game pushing legendaries as the thing to do, when they weren't meant to be the casual thing to do. They weren't even meant to be the mid-core thing to do. And now they're all there is to do, after you do 2 hours of story. All right, all this Vara says this: Ritualist could have just been a graphics option for Scourge. Paint Sandshades as Canton Spirits. Done. Oh dear. Oh dear. I want to say that that's super Debbie, and that's super Downer, and that's super But on the other hand, I did basically make that observation about Evoker and Catalyst. I think my most recent Blue Sky tweet is that Catalyst could have had a Grandmaster... Sorry. Evoker could have had a trait that says unlock the Canthan familiars. They're based on the Celestials. And they're all big ground AoEs. That's it. I mean, you've got Catalyst there. So I don't know. Look, I think this is a bit hysterical. I mean, come on. They did more than that. I will say that Ritualist, as we played it in the beta, feels a lot more like Harbinger than Scourge. Scourge is, frankly, the most transformative Necro spec. It is, because you don't have a Shroud. You have a different way of spending Life Force. You got different ways to manipulate the shades. I think Scourge is awesome. I really do. It's got a cool color scheme, which they weren't scared to go big with, by the way. Like, if they can be yellow, why can't we go bigger with the color scheme on Ritualist, right? Scourge is amazing. Look, it's been overly oppressive and stuff, but Scourge is one of the GOATs. So, yeah. Anyway, there you go. A bit of hysteria from Debbie. Okay, I'm going to change the Blishard thing here so it stops popping up over the comments. Okay, here's some thoughts on the Conduit, which we haven't talked about for a while. Conduit's hard to evaluate mechanically for me. Hold on. We've got to use the sky scale tech to get up here. Actually, hold on. Let me look at live chat for a second. Hello. Sorry, guys. Oh, not Blish. There. Let's see. Nmaster64 says, I honestly ignored legendaries for thousands of hours until they handed you a start kit. Yeah, and that's a great example as well of how the game is changing, right? And how the game has changed. The starter kits are there because Arenanet realized the only good thing they've got in the game for retention is people crafting legendaries. So they put the starter kits in there to rope more people into doing it. And it works. It works perfectly. I myself, for a long time, I only had 2 incinerators. Now I have, like... I don't have 2 Frost Fangs, but I have 2 of everything else. I have 2 Moots. What else is dual wieldable? What else is dual wieldable? 2 Quips. Anything that I can double up on, I've got them now from the starter kits, because it's like, well... So, you know, it has expanded. That view of what legendaries are drags them down from a user interface perspective, but is no longer there, really. Anyway, sorry. What is the solution to building the mid-core? Better info on stat swapping in the game? Oh, absolutely. Well, look, my answers to that are, I don't know about for Guild Wars 2. I think it's a great opportunity. I think Guild Wars 3 on the next game is a great opportunity, and hopefully Arenanet push with that. Because you can start again, right? And the idea is to have those principles, but stick with them for a bit longer. But yeah, I think item nomenclature and relic variety and stuff like that is all good. Again, I think character bounding versus account binding is... Look, one of the reasons they ran out of road... No, not one of the reasons. The reason they ran out of road is because everything is so free and easy to swap and have access to all the time in this game. Everything's account bound. Everything gets thrown at you. Nothing costs much currency. Except legendaries, you know, and it's like... it's just a complete reversal of what this studio was trying to make. Anyway, look, we did a big rant about that on our last part. I've just done a big rant about it here. So, yeah. You agree with that? Rich list could have gone without Shroud, just like Scourge. In fact, I believe Scourge and Renegade were repurposed Rich list originally. Yeah, I've always been curious about Renegade. I've been really curious about Renegade. Because it feels like a ritualist, you know, like... And by the way, ritualist is not that anti-thematic. Now that we're past these Visions of Eternity stuff, I think we're all going to look at ritualist as just a match made in heaven for Necro. But ritualist always fit very well onto Revenant. Revenant is a mist communer, right? I mean, what Revenants do when they commune with a legend, they pull a legend out of the mists. That's not so different to a ritualist, you know, holding the ashes of Cowlai or whatever. Protective was Cowlai. It's not really that different. Revenant was always a great host for the Writ. But then they called it Renegade. I mean, Renegade is just another one of those specs where it's like a mix of a bunch of shit. And I hate every single one of those specs. I loathe them all. I think they're all terrible. And I assume, arrogantly, and this is very arrogant of me, but I always assume, oh, that's because they ran out of time and hammered things together. That can't be what they want. But I might be wrong about that, you know. What's that line? Shit. What was it that they said in... I think it was Jump Wilds. There was a line in Guild Wars. You know how so often it feels like there's meta commentary from the writers? Fuck, what was it? Where effectively it said it was someone critiquing some kind of art. And it was the artist responding. But the thing was that they were saying... The criticizer was saying, oh, clearly this is because it... Clearly this isn't what they wanted it to be. But the artist was saying, no, it was. It wasn't because I was strained. It's because that's what I want. Like, there was definitely a meta thing in Guild Wars at some point about that, right? And I look at that all the time and I'm like, you know, I've spent years... Anything I think that's not perfect for me subjectively, I just say, oh, that's just a victim of circumstance. But no, sometimes people just have different tastes to you, WP. People have different ideas, all right? How about that? How about the Renegade is good? Yeah, wow. Amazing. Enjoy. Oh, the Harbinger's like a ninja. And it's like an alchemy guy. And it's a Harbinger. Ooh, it's brilliant. Great. Have fun with that one. Ooh, the Flame and the Iron Legion. They made a lantern. Oh, that's a killer idea, isn't it? Blade songs on the Virtuoso, and I get to do throwing knives at the same time? I've always wanted that very precise package of ideas. Brilliant. 10 out of 10. 20 out of 10. I saw a guy on Reddit in like 2011, before Guild Wars 2 came out, asking for that, and finally he got it. There you go. I saw that in an obscure anime once, so of course Virtuoso is exactly the right theme. Hemish says, I have different ideas, and I get downvoted to Oblivion on Guild Wars 2 Reddit. You can't stand that sub? Oh, it's not that sub, man. It's life, alright? Look around you, dude. It's the internet, man. Okay, first of all, it's the format of Reddit, but it's not just, you know, it's the basic principle of upvoting, downvoting. But, like, look on forums. Go to the Guild Wars 2 forums, right? You can do your little agree, disagree. Right? The social pressure to conform is so unbelievably strong now. It's unreal in the West and internet-connected societies. Like, that conformity thing is fucking... People get chewed the fuck out, right? Content creators get chewed out. People don't talk about controversial stuff. People don't go against the grain. right? Their livelihoods are on the line. People, you know, and I do it too. We all just seek affirmation of what we already believe. Nobody wants to sit there and listen to WoodenPotatoes tell them the Renegade sucks when they love the Renegade. They're going to tune out. They don't like that. And, like, people by and large will not continue posting shit that gets them mass downvoted. They'll seek out a fringe community where other lunatics upvote them, right? And get completely out of touch with reality. There's no honest back and forth. There's people just getting shouted down. And it's even not just on the internet. I think modern education is really fucking with that as well. I read a thing about teachers. Teachers were posting about, and like university lectures about the kind of Gen Z kids they get now. I'll tell you, I was reading an anecdote from a mature student, someone around my age at university, and they're like at a university course. And just no one speaks in the classes. No one fucking speaks. They're all just terrified, anxious, like they cannot speak. And so, but the older person will like say something and they're happy to be wrong, right? They'll say something, they'll get it wrong, and the lecturer will say, oh, no, and they'll get a conversation out of it. And anyway, their little anecdote was about how like some other students, their peers, but who are like 15 years younger than them, went up to them and said, well, I can't believe you do that. I can't believe you're brave enough to just say shit that might be wrong. And it's like, that's kind of how a lot of people are. That's what the internet is doing to people. It's like, don't get it wrong. Don't say the fucking wrong thing. And, you know, like, just passivity and quiet, just watching is what prevails, right? And, you know, upvoting and down. So I wouldn't just say it's the Guild Wars 2 subreddit, man. It's everywhere. Be careful with where you point the finger. I mean, I tell you what, I want to be immortal. I really want to see what the world is like in 100 years, in 200 years. Seriously. It's going to be so interesting. We totally agree, WT. 100%, yeah. I don't want to see any... Look, don't you disagree? I don't want to see that. I'm not going to read that out. Haven't you noticed none of these comments are people disagreeing? Well, actually, they are, aren't they? But mostly, by and large. No, see, we're different, guys. We're enlightened. All right, let's read this. Here we go. Before we start wanking ourselves off too vigorously. Conjure was hard to evaluate mechanically for me because I didn't spend enough time on it, and there's a lot of inherent complexity to the traits and how they interact with different legends. There could be depths to the interactions that I totally missed. I agree with you. Like, we didn't play healer, right? We did a Condi variant and we did a power variant, and we went YOLO for both. So who knows? That said, I really hate the F2. It feels too much like Herald F2, and it doesn't capture the feeling of dipping into another class because it's all passive power. Why aren't we building affinity to overload our equipped legend and cast a big Mesmer Dervish Monk, etc. skill? I don't like the entity skills much either. The spec encourages you to linger in a legend and use all their skills, but they generally felt situational, and if you didn't have the correct second legend, they were just 70% of a skill. Conceptually, I think the Conduit was pitched. I think the way it was pitched in the initial reveal felt really exciting, and was also a creative use of Raza, but the reality has been disappointing, and I worry the spec needs too much work for them to make it good. I think that Conduit is the biggest victim of the clearly slashed animation budget. That's what I think. But I don't think it's impossible to resolve. I 100%. I think they should have. I think the mechanic for this should have been called overloads. Seriously. That's fun, Arenanet. It's fun. You gave Ellie overloads 10 years ago. Let's see Rev getting overloads. Let's call them overloads. And yeah, I think you should be able to overload once you have max affinity. It's just cool. Like, that is fucking teed up. I don't know why they didn't do that. But, you know, like, I think while I'm... And there's so many fun things. So, for example, on Shiro, right? It's very expensive to cast Jade Winds. It often doesn't sort of fit. But what if I could build affinity to cast Jade Winds instead? I like that. Or what if Razza just allowed you to double dip into it? What if you got Jade Winds on Razza, right? Or this on Razza, or whatever on Razza, and then you would get big, fun, fancy animations. Like if Arenanet literally took Jade Wind and you know, or even this, I think this would be really cool to have access to on the Affinity skill. You already have fun animations. I think just take them and repurpose them. You know, based on the existing legends. I think Ventari is a great example. If you gave me new ways to play with the tablet, right? If I get like the red tablet, the anti-tablet, or the mega tablet, or the, I don't know, you know, something that doesn't sound cringy and stupid and pulled out of my ass, right? Like the tablet's already here, you know. I really think that that's what this spec. That's what that spec is needing. All the Razza abilities felt dinky and ugh. Visuals, you know, give me vines, give me roots, throw some druid shit around, repurpose some shit, and then I think that they could do really well with it. The question is, how far will they go after the betas to try to improve these with visuals? We had a conversation about this in Spud Discord the other day. You know, Arenanet gave an example of a big change they made with the Untamed, you know, adding the ambushes to Untamed. I don't even really remember this very well, but apparently they weren't there in the betas, but then they added them. And that's a bunch of new skills. And the Untamed ambushes are fun. Untamed is actually one of the builds that I've been looking at for raiding on, because it's one of the few fucking things that actually loops smoothly and doesn't have too many obnoxious animation cancels. But yeah, I think that's really all the conduit needed. And you know, like a Grandmaster that says, okay, when you overload, your overload is the same both times or something. I don't know. They could play with it. I think they just didn't have the time for some of these. But absolutely, I agree with that Herald observation. I made that myself. Let's see what you guys think here. I thought an avatar state similar to Druid would have fit as well, especially if it would only replace the utility side and you can not legend swap while in that state, but make it be the same animations, but different effects. Yeah, so you're like enhanced Shiro or whatever, right? It's like when I look at Jarlis and the hammers and stuff, I think there's fun ideas, and maybe over the years they've been tuned down. And it would be fun to see them at another power scale, right? But they're not allowed to exist at that power scale. This is a way to get that higher power scale. I'll give you guys another little thing about my dream MMO thing. I have slots, right? But basically what I have is a fast cast slot, like a quick cast slot. I have like the equivalent of an elite slot. I have a heavy slot. And then I have like a standard slot. And you get the same skill, but you can pick which slot you put in. So for example, let's say we've got like Chilled to the Bone, right? There's a version of Chilled to the Bone that recharges really quickly. But in that world, it can't be a stun. So like so if I choose to if I put Chilled to the Bone in my quick cast slot, it's a really fast acting thing. Maybe I'm spamming it to clear pocket raptors, or like, you know, it's my bread and butter. Or if I put it in the elite slot, the strongest slot, now it has an epic cooldown, but it's got all these crazy other effects and it freezes and so on. Fundamentally, it's the same skill, it's the same animation, it's the same flavor, it's the same icon. I'm not asking my VFX artist to do loads and loads of stuff. I'm not asking for loads of flavor, but clearly this is an idea that works at multiple power scales. So I let the player pick their power scale. That's a part of the build craft. I let you decide that. What tuning do you want this to be? Do you want this to be your bread and butter, or do you want it to be your elite? So I have lots of classes. They have just a couple of skills. But because you can put them in all these different slots, there's so many different ways to play them. So when you think of like a minion summon, right? If you're quick casting summon bone minions, you get really little ones that you can hoard and hoard and hoard. But if you put that skill into your elite slot, you know, they're fucking flesh golem. I mean, but the same model, right? But bigger. You know, and I think that's really strong. Guild Wars doesn't have a combat system that works in that way at all. It doesn't have a buildcraft system that's flexible in the way. So they really struggle with stuff like that. So when I look at Rev, right, and I say, oh man, this is really cool. And you see it all the time with different traits, right? It's like, this is really cool, but it's weak because it's undertuned because they made it a minor. Well, no, this would be a way to like look at some of these rev abilities and say, okay, what would enchanted daggers look like if it was the elite, right? What kind of crazy shit could you do with this idea if it was the elite, right? Well, maybe Raza gives you that. And that was an opportunity for Raza, but what they instead did was just a bunch of things where it's just a bit of shart-coloured energy, right? And I think that was a huge missed opportunity. Conduit to me is okay as an idea, but the implementation is like, they've really whiffed it on the implementation, like gone really, really far with it. Anyway, next one. By the way, I know what you're thinking. WP, we've been going for 2.5 hours. How long before we go to the tier list? I want you to know that this is question 12 of 38. 12 of 38. Umbra says the biggest problem for the conduit is there's no signature ability or theme. It's just a mash of stats and slight bonus effects. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, why are you fan number 2 today? I don't think we've had any... Oh, by the way, Emily became a member at the start of this. We haven't had any donations or memberships or anything, so I guess Umbra just typed a lot today? I don't know. Oh, well, speaking of that, there you go, Christopher, with $5. Thank you, Christopher. Honestly, I would have liked it if Conduit was built as a single Legend Revenant. It could even be a callback to Raz's changeable class. So a single Legend, so you still swap? How do you get your energy back? I mean, yeah, look, I like that idea too, because it's a big shake-up, right? And I'm a fan of big shake-ups. I think big shake-ups are the way to do it. So, yeah. And this new batch and the End of Dragons batch were not that, you know? Rev has never had that. So, Christopher... Sorry, so there you go. Good, so 36 more hours to go. No, what will likely happen is my throat will get sore. I'll realise I need the toilet. Something will happen. This is quite cozy. I'm enjoying myself today. Nice stormy afternoon, late summer. Look back on this with happiness, guys. This is a nice little moment right here. Yeah, and then I'll rush through the last questions. And everyone in the back half is going to get shitty responses. I'll grunt at you and then we'll move on. Alright, speaking of which, so here we go. Let's grunt at Narek Tarek, who says, since going to Shroud, so we're talking about the rich list. Since going to Shroud makes skills 6 to 0 not usable, couldn't they make more spirits by giving you those 6 to 0? That would be new and interesting. I agree. And that's something as well that, like, uniquely for Shroud, I think is... What I really hate about this class is the forced movement on Flowing Resolve. But I think that's what's good about it on Ura, because the little flaming trail will keep ticking her. In fact, all your flaming trails will tick her, because we're using Searing Pact. Anyway, yeah, so there's this thing, right? Luminary doesn't really feel like a shroud. It feels like a tome to me. And it was tricky to get used to hitting the different hotkeys and stuff. So what is the difference between a kit and a shroud, right? What is the difference? Classically, I would have said, well, it's, you know, you've got some kind of currency you're building for it. But then we look at Druid and Celestial Avatar, and it's like, well, that wasn't called a shroud. At the end of the day, it's all just arbitrary, let's be real. But, you know, maybe we can draw that distinction. We do completely lock out the right-hand side, right? And yeah, Arenanet have never utilized this. They've never utilized the right-hand side. I'll give you guys a bit of long history as well, if you'd like to know. Why does it lock out? You know, you can't use utilities while you have that. You can while you're holding a conjure weapon, right? And you might say, well, there's like a big grand idea there. But no, some things just happen. The reason why this is locked out is because Shroud originally was only on Necro. It was Necro's thing. And originally, you didn't go into Shroud with F1. Shroud was something you got access to instead of Downstate. And in downstate, you only have 1, 2, 3, 4 skills, or the Shroud ended up with 5. But if you remember, if we go to some kind of other template, and not Scourge. Right, if I'm a core Necro, Tainted Bolts is a new, I say in quotes, Tainted Bolts is a new skill. We need some life force. We need some enemies. Here we go. Shit, I don't actually know on Sword what gives me life force. I'm just gonna hit the buttons. I know that Greatsword 3 does, and we whiffed it. Sorry, Behemoth. Right, Core Shrouds was originally just these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 skills. That was way later, which is what downstate you have. And so originally, when you killed a Necro, they didn't go into downstate. They didn't rally like the others. Well, they would rally if they got a kill. It was their way of defying death. And so they could run away. And then Arenanet realized, oh, letting them move is pretty strong, so we're going to snap them back. Because they originally basically had Spectral Walk in there. And then that got removed, and Spectral Walk became its own skill, and blah, 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 and so on, so on, so on. That's why you don't get a right-hand side, because it originally comes from that. Ancient shit that I reckon if you spoke to the modern balance devs, you know, the ones that they've hired on recently, I wonder whether they'd even really know. Right? So anyway, yeah, maybe Ritualist could open it up. There's not some grand conspiracy behind it. Fuck it. Give them some more spirits over there. The reason they don't have more spirits is they didn't have time to add them. I think that's all it comes down to. But it's an interesting thought, isn't it? Drinking some Fanta. Somebody says, I think, yeah, one of your very old video style footage. I actually have no footage of that. None at all. That was like the only convention I went to was one of the last ones they went to. When they came to Eurogamer in London. I have a cringy real life story. A second-hand embarrassment story. So I went to London with a family member with that, and we went on the trains, right? I think we were getting on the tube or something. And this wasn't me. This was the other person I was with. But this is weird because this is not something that happened to me, and I don't usually get secondhand embarrassment that badly. I actually quite like cringe humor, but you know, Londoners are pretty straight talking guys, right? So anyway, we were waiting to get on a train. We didn't know the etiquette, really. And this was just before the convention. Train pulls up at the station. The platform was mostly empty, so we were standing right there. Door opens, and he goes to get on the train immediately. Just goes to get on the train. Not realizing, of course, that it's fucking rammed with people. And etiquette is, and the normal thing to do, is stand back into the side because there's like a tin of sardines. A million people are going to come pouring out of that fucking thing. So instinctively, we go to get on, not me first, and the first guy getting out of the train gives the dirtiest look, shoves them away, and goes, "Stay the fuck away, you prick!" And then all these people come pouring out, and it's like, oh right, yeah. Anyway, I remember that always so clearly. I always remember that. It's sort of a watch people die inside moment. It's like, oh yeah, sorry, didn't know any better. But that's what it is, you know. Anyway, yeah, what was I saying? Anyway, the first footage I got was from that event, and by that point, they'd already changed it all. I literally think you had to be watching the very first demos. Check some War Tower footage from the very first demo here in Blaze Ridge Steppe, coincidentally. And you could have seen it, and you could see it in Queensdale. Now I may have rehosted that because I messaged the guy from War Tower, or one of the guys from War Tower, and he gave permission to use his footage sometimes because it was the best stuff. It was the highest quality. So it might have appeared on my channel at some point, but it wasn't technically my footage. Anyway, sorry. Right, Ritualist was the spec I was most excited for this wave, but it just didn't click for me. Something about the spirits didn't feel right. Maybe the fact that so much of their power is in the summon and the detonate effects, which obviously were not elements of Guild Wars 1 ritualism. I was really hoping for the spec to capture the way Painful Bond, Splinter Weapon, Order of Undeath felt in Guild Wars 1, where you spend time and or health to ramp the damage on your summons. I think, yeah, and the idea of even building new summons should be a rampy thing, but it's not in Guild Wars 2. I think what I'm getting at is I wanted to feel like I was empowering my spirits, or minions, but that fantasy didn't feel supported. Maybe some of that can be done through tuning their attack interval and their traits, and making spirits fight the right way when attacking. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That sounds awful. I also kind of wish Shroud 5 didn't exist. So we either have a 4th spirit, or something like reverse transfer life to spend life, force, or health to empower our summons. Alternatively, I mean, and that fits with the Blade ritualist element, right? Which they went with for the icon, but otherwise has nothing to do with anything. Alternatively, if we could pick from those options for Shroud 5 as a part of a trait choice, that would be cool. On the whole, I feel pretty negatively about the weapon spells too. Some of the skills are interesting, but Splinter Weapon felt really bad, and they have no animations or visual effects on any cast. It's just 6 identical hand waves and 6 almost identical orbs. Couldn't we have had weapon-shaped constellations instead of orbs? Or at least an animation of drawing runes in the air instead of the wave? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong about this, guys. I can't correct a single fucking point this guy made. I don't disagree with a single thing said here. I mean, this is the lackluster elements of ritualist laid out there, right? Like, I mean, this is all totally correct. I don't think that summon spirits should be fundamental, like the TPing me around with it and stuff. Yeah, the fantasy wasn't supported. It's like all the things that I was looking for with Rit gameplay are not there. I want to say though, right, like some of this goes back a long ways. I remember... So, when spirits first came to Guild Wars 1, back in Prophecies, right, they were only nature rituals on the Rangers, and they had like 5-second long cast times. Influence a huge area. Summon a thing that will last for minutes at a time, 5 minutes on the battlefield, and it takes ages to cast. So the idea is, you know, and they were very competitively minded back then, summon the spirit, and then, you know, it's causing energy levels to be too hard. Your team can survive, though, because you're comped for that. The enemy team isn't, so they've got to seek out the spirit to destroy it. So now you're defending the spirit. So now it's like a cool mini objective in GVG. There's all this cool shit going on, right? Amazing. I loved it. And then when the Ritualist came out, and it did the same kind of thing. Binding rituals, as they were called, they technically had a different skill tag. They also had those really long cast times. Super long cast times. And that was like their identity. You ramped slowly. You generally built them. But as power creep came in, especially with PvE, as you were constantly moving and running to new places, the efficacy went down and down and down. So I remember eventually Arenanet did an update in Guild Wars 1 during the heyday, let's say, during Guild Wars 1, where what they did was they chunked down the binding ritual cast times in PvE to like a second or half a second. Do you guys remember that? You guys remember that? Like, if you go play Ritualist now, and like they updated, Signet of Spirits never used to be summon 3 spirits at once. It used to be summon just a single spirit. And empowered spirits. Maybe it was an energy management skill, I think. So, like, it was only in later balance that spirits got quicker and quicker and quicker, and summoned more spirits all at once, faster and faster, go, 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 go. And, you know, every single one of those patches were applauded by the community. Every single one. Because it increased their quality of life, it increased their usability, it killed their identity as well. Have I read it out already? The comment about the guy saying everything's getting faster? Have we done that already, or are we doing that later? But it's the same thing. So, you know... Is it the Guild Wars 2 Ritualist's fault? I mean, they're only following a precedent that was established by Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 sped the fuck out of all of them. So, Guild Wars 2 Ritualist is going to be quick as well. Of course it's going to bake summon spirits in there as well. Of course it's going to make you summon them all really quickly. So I don't know. Just ramp. These are not... The more action-oriented they go, ramp is not a thing that they embrace. There is no steadily ramp might. There is no steadily ramp condies. Not really. I mean, comparatively, people will say there is. But we're only talking about, you know, 20 to 30 second time spans, tops, right? Even the slowest ramping condi builds, you know. Like, it's all very bursty. Vulnerability goes on very bursty. Everything's like, fucking now. Do it now. Press everything immediately. And this kind of zoomer, go, 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 go. You know, this isn't a very tactical game anymore. You know, the tactical elements have faded in favor of the action and the fighting game style, you know, immediate button pressiness. And, you know, it's one thing to be an old man yelling at clouds back in my day, but maybe there's merit to that. At the end of the day, Arenanet are doing it because it got applauded every step of the way. So, Writ in Guild Wars 2 is all it was ever going to be, I think. The downsides are that there aren't many spirits, that we can't enhance them much, and that the utility skills are really lackluster. So, yeah. Right, we got a comment here from Kyle. Kyle says, hey WP, I've enjoyed the series. Here are some of my thoughts on the beta. I didn't play it a lot. Most of my insights come from watching the video series. Amalgam, Troubadour, Gale Shot seem like they're in the best shape overall. I like the Amalgam's theme, not in the T1000 sense, but the idea of a symbiotic venom sense, using the ooze to modify your body and creating weapons from it. I think you're totally right about that, by the way. I think I hyperfixated on the T1000 thing. From a symbiont perspective, it's brilliant, isn't it? And I have to credit for that. So I think I was wrong about that. Luminary needs work. Having unique virtues would have gone a long way. None of the traits beside the aura exploding Grandmaster really stand out. I think all of the dazing... I think with all the dazing on the kit, they should have had a trait line affecting CC skills. With the utility skills being as usable as Shroud, in Shroud, they could have had a spirit weapon trait do something as well. I see the thematic with the Radiant Armory idea. Yeah, I love that as well. I think Elite Specs should be able to touch on core utility classifications. I'm fine with the Evoker, but I do see the similarities to the Catalyst. I wish they got a full-on pet instead of an F5 you hit occasionally. Richless could be good in open world with all the sustain. I've looked at benchmarks and it seems a little low though. Well, don't worry about that. They can just bump that if they want that. With the Tyrian Alliance being important to the elite specs, I wonder if there will be an Alliance-themed armor. Kind of a way to do T4 racial armor. That's a crazy thought. I've always believed in T4 racial armor. That to me is a mid-core objective. But they've never done it. Leo Beast Mode says, sorry, I don't really have too much to reflect on there, just because I agree with it already. Leo, oh, here we go. This is it. What we were just talking about, speeding up. Here's what Leo says. He quoted me, something I said, I don't know when. Finally, I'm absolutely annoyed at how they keep speeding up everything. And they use PvP as an excuse. I don't know whether they do that, by the way. The Churning Earth of old... Oh, I was talking about Churning Earth. The Churning Earth of old felt impactful. And they could have just buffed the damage or gave some benefit to channeling it instead. When all skills have negligible cast time, no nuance can be had. And everything just becomes a spam fest. It also takes out the skilled play of being able to pull them off. Of course, from a meta perspective, it's always better to speed up casts. But you have to look at balance on the long term. The game has become worse with cast speed-ups and quickness spam, and faster, weaker casts had to be boosted for parity. It's all a big mess. And all Isvara has said absolutely... I agree. I agree. And I never quite finished what I said about the Ritualist before. The Guild Wars 1 Ritualist update speeding them up. That patch came with an applause, but to me, I just thought the thing's losing its identity. It's losing what makes it distinct. And the game as a balance dev is to keep what makes it distinct, but make it as usable as possible. You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater in the end. Oh my god, guys. Did you just hear that thunder? Holy shit. That was the kind of thunder that gets me scared and full of adrenaline. That was fucking awesome. Holy shit. And here I am ranting about Guild Wars 2. Oh, the heavens are not happy with this. Actually, they were kind of accentuating our point there a little bit. See, I'm not crazy. New churning earth is garbage. Yeah, but it's really hard to call it garbage because it's so much more usable. And believe me, I know how satisfying it can feel. So it is. I think this is one of those things that Arenanet has failed at over and over and over the years. Like, we have all these different elite specs. And again, I will say this again and again. The antiquary, like, what they're trying is obscene, right? But I have to hand it to them. They're doing something different at the very least. I don't have any faith that it will stay different. I think over the years it's going to get melted away. But I think Rich List was the Guild Wars 2 Rich List and the Guild Wars 1 Rich List have both been victims of this. Hey Boots, by the way. Boots says, and when discussing it, you mentioned the ability wanting to spam the spirits. I think the best choice for me would be, I would like to see a trait line that's about QOL. And in that, it's cast spirits quicker, have them teleport with you, and so on and so on and so on. Which they have actually got too, you know. They've kind of edged towards that. So again, Rich List is not... I think Rich List is okay. It's not low on my estimation. I think they managed to do good tracks of it quite well. But anyway, you know, like I think we have to be very careful with Guild Wars 2 discussion, asking for ramp and asking for that slowness, because Arenanet don't care for it. 90% of the community doesn't care for it, and wrangling the game to a place where that returns somewhere might be harder than you think. More of a Guild Wars 3 idea, I suppose. A slower game, a different, you know, I don't know. All right, next we've got Cooking with Hedonism Bot, who was in chat a second ago. If Scourge Shades can be yellow, then Ritualist Spirits Shroud can be blue. At this point, I'm not even asking for the old chained up look. Just a simple recolor Arenanet, please. And Miners666 says, agree. The shades of green they chose are always so fugly. Can we have a ghostly teal for once? Okay, is this a blue steel moment? Am I Will Farrell in Zoolander? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It is teal, isn't it? It is a ghostly teal. Sorry, is this... I don't know. I thought they did alright. Look, I was a Debbie about this before I got to play it. But playing it, I thought it was alright. Look, I totally acknowledge the utility skills and the shroud skill icons could have been different. Alright, I'm there with you on the icon colouring. But in terms of the colour of the spirits... and the colour of, you know, the border effect, the frame effect around the outside. They did alright, didn't they? It's green, it needs more teal. Banjo says it looks great. In fact, I think they changed it since the original teaser. Oh, can we get some proof of that? Can we bring receipts for that? Yeah, I thought it was alright overall. The Shroud, like UI at least, and the Spirit colour. Yes, I would rather if the icons were not, you know, like Scourge was so good with all the yellow, right? I love that shit. What I can't remember is if Torch was yellow. Were Torch skills looking quite yellow? Oh, my throat's going a little bit here. Maybe you're colourblind? Well, no, I mean, I've got your comment up here, but it's not just you. It's not just you, so I don't know. Maybe they changed it and we're all confused. All right, Goat says, visuals definitely lacking, but maybe that's because I've been playing FF14 and the animation of there are so good. I don't know why I screenshotted this. I nearly always screenshot it because I have something to add. What am I adding here? I don't know. Yeah, they're amazing, right? There's no limit break mechanic in this. The thing with Guild Wars is because everything is really fast, things become a mess quick. Like, the messiest, craziest thing you can do in Guild Wars is play a Spear Catalyst. I mean, honestly. And it's because the visuals all overlap with one another. 14 has GCDs, right? And can be more restrained in that way, plus the sophisticated culling settings. Wolfie Plays has something... not about the elite specs, but I thought this was quite interesting. He says, as a VOD viewer, mainly when I listen, you go on tangents and tell stories like the TB story. I'm sitting there thinking, oh, that's interesting. I want to hear more. While in the chat, I can see people complaining and telling you to go back to the beta gameplay. I guess it's because I, as a VOD viewer, have the option to just skip or fast forwards, even if I don't. And that gives peace of mind while the live viewers feel impatient. Yeah. And Joke Shop says, curious person. That's why, honestly, legit, don't watch these VODs at normal speed. Put them on 1.5. I don't have any great anecdotes, not really. And, you know, if I'm going to take 20 minutes giving you a mess story, it probably works if it was 10 minutes. And you know, so you can speed the video player up. The poor live viewers. Here's what the experience is being a live viewer, and I'm sure everyone will agree with me. It's sitting there, hoping I shut the fuck up and read your live comment. Which invariably I won't. Because I miss it. And I'm really sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do this job, right? I don't... Like, I've had people be like, oh, put chat on the main screen. I do that. I can't talk about one thing and while reading other things. I can't do it. You know, when I see someone come to chat and they say,
does WP look at chat?
Here's what goes through my mind. I like to think that we're in a theatre, right? I'm doing a play, right? I put all this effort in. It's not equivalent at all. I'm going to be self-aggrandizing enough to say, it's like I'm at a theatre and you're sitting there in the dark saying, me! Respond to me! Are you looking at me yet? And it's like, you know, we're in the middle of our play and now we're stopping and we're saying, okay, wait. And now it's time to go to the audience. You know, I don't know how to do this. I really don't. So look, live chat, it must be like pulling teeth. I mean, seriously. I have so much respect for anyone who manages to watch this stuff live. Really, you guys are like fucking teed up. Because it's just awful, isn't it? You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to do it like old radio shows where we do call-ins. You know, I have like a soundboard here or something. Not a soundboard. Like I hit a button and it's like, okay, and we have Jamtrone on the line. How's it going, Jamtrone?
And you say, oh, hi, WP. I just wanted to say that Dread works on the Ritualist 3 and it's really good.
And I'll say, oh my god, that's awesome. And then I hang up on you. You know, like how they used to do it on the radio. They don't say goodbye to people. They just hit a button and cut these poor bastards off. But people were fine with it because it's like, okay, that's how radio works. You know? I get these poor people who come in think this is a normal stream. And it seems to have community interaction going on. And then they just get ignored. In this theatre, how big is my moustache, WP? It's huge. A big walrus moustache and you're in a bowler hat. Good afternoon, go. Hello, Silver. Dude, I'm so happy you're watching 10-2. The problem is actually giving a half-hour answer to a question that could be answered in one sentence. I know, but where's the fun in that? I mean, really. At the end of the day, guys, I just want to be clear. This job is about talking and giving takes, and I'm not that ashamed about giving a long one. That's what it is. That's what I'm doing. It's a podcast, all right? If you get a long-winded take... You know, if I was in a bar talking to you and hogging the conversation, I get it. That's a problem. But at the end of the day, that's what this is. I'm always going to lean on the longer anecdote than the shorter one. Pulling teeth isn't that bad. It's actually quite effortless these days. Yeah, let's hear it from the dentist. It's been amazing rewatching it. I want a Masters challenge for 10-2. That would be so sick. I love that Masters challenge so much. And the patches have been cool. Twitch actually added a viewer call-in feature recently. Oh, man. I never should have left Twitch. It's done so much damage. But I like this video player so much better. Alright, here we go. Oh, shit. Sorry, I was playing that whole time. Really fascinating running around Blaze Ridge, and you guys didn't even get to see it. Because, alright, let's go south here. Because I had a comment on screen. Alright, we're nearly on 20 now. We're over halfway, everybody. How does your game look so good, WP? Alright, that's not me just being self-congratulatory. I just want to say, I keep getting people say this. I have done nothing. This is vanilla Guild Wars 2. Well, okay, except the slight add-on tweaks. There is no reshade. People keep asking me, what's your reshade preset? I'm not using reshade. Everything about it. The color grading, the sharpness, the anti-aliasing. It's just... I mean, right now, you're not even looking at reflections, and you're not looking at shadows. I could turn shadows on. It's just Guild Wars. That's all. It's just a good-looking MMO. And it still is to this day. I saw some people on the Guild Wars 2 subreddit the other day discussing, like, what they consider... whether they consider Guild Wars to be old or not. And the point was that a lot of its contemporaries are still going. I don't know if we can... Of all the modern MMOs that everyone plays and thinks big about, Guild Wars isn't that much older than them. So, like, if you talk about Elder Scrolls Online, that's only 1 year younger than Guild Wars. WoW certainly isn't younger than Guild Wars. RuneScape isn't younger than Guild Wars. New World is, right? New World is obviously new. But mostly, you know, this isn't an old game in context of the options people have right now. Fun one here as well from that dang boy. Your comments about Spellbreaker got me to try one, and wow, that hammer build is excellent. Such a nice, slow, heavy pace compared to basically everything else in the game. I never even unlocked the elite specialization because getting one extra button for full counter didn't feel like it was that enticing in open world. But actually now I move into boss attacks and try to land it. It's super fun. And Bloom said, yes, absolutely, one of the most fun builds in the game. Yeah, it really is. And I'll tell you what. So people have been asking, why do you like Warrior and stuff? So I have gone through so many builds trying to set up for this Ura thing. And I hate nearly all of them. So many of them are so button spammy. So zergy, so fast, but also like they don't queue well, right? They have dodgy aftercasts, or one thing will cancel off. So like this build right now, this Condi Willbender. If I want to perfectly land Cleansing Flame, right? I want the last tick of Cleansing Flame to hit. No burn, no burn, no burn, no burn. Finally burn, right? The burn is at the end of Cleansing Flame. So what you want is to, realistically, you want to be able to queue your next Virtue or something. Say you're going to Virtue, you're going to Rushing Justice or something afterwards. What you want to do is press Cleansing Flame, and while that's casting, I want to be able to hit the Virtue so that it queues up. And as soon as that it finishes, it runs through with the flowing resolve, right? But that's not how it works. If I start Cleansing Flame and I hit that, it cancels it straight away. So I miss this. So I'm trying to press buttons as fast as humanly possible so that I can do a good amount of damage. But I have to do this really tedious, like, fucking... Okay, but wait, you've got to watch. And there's, like, weird tricks to it, right? So, like, any other button will cancel it. But if it was already on cooldown... I'll give you guys a weird trick, right? And this is the kind of thing I'd love Arenanet to look at. You can actually queue Cleansing Flame. But it has to be that you click on the next skill while it was already recharging, and you have to hold the button down. So what do I mean by that? Okay, so this is a flip over, so we'll just throw it away. Right? If I Cleansing Flame and I tap 4 now, he'll cancel cast it, right? But if I tap and hold 4 while... So here, we got to like set it up, right? So 4 is on cooldown now. Now I'm going to do Cleansing Flame. I'm holding 4 now. Holding. And now he instantly does it. So there I just got a perfect cue. These skills flowed together perfectly. But I had to do a very obscure, weird fucking little thing. We'll do it again here, ready? So, and it can't be too early because this cooldown needs to be up. So Cleansing Flame, holding. And my character just sets it all up. So there are weird little tricks like that, but it's so tedious and so frustrating. It's everywhere, right? When a heal skill is a part of rotation, the queuing, logic changes. Some buttons work while others don't. I hate it. And it's over so many specs. hidden cooldowns behind kits, which are like 3 actions just to throw a fucking shrapnel grenade, or forced movement, or it's just everywhere, all over the game. It's just a nightmare. Build after build after build after build, and then, all right, you have Warrior. Warrior. Oh, everything queues beautifully. You know, there's like one bit of cancel casting after casts by like weapon swaps, but generally speaking, right? I'll try and hit the golem just for a second here for you all. Everything is so clean. Everything lines up. There's some excellent quickness builds as well. Some berserker variants. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, we're here. And this all gets exacerbated when you have quickness and alacrity, right? And you can say, oh, WP, it's a skill cap thing. It's to be celebrated. It's not, though. It's causing people to bounce off of the game. Like, Guild Wars 2 is too hard. There's a thing, right, where, like, people are too ashamed to say that. They're like, oh, I can't say I think the game's too hard. I don't want people to think I'm a noob. No, it's easy. It's easy. Just practice, lol. Just dodge forehead. Fuck you. And fuck everyone who talks like that. It's too hard. It's too badly made, right? So anyway, this build, everything I'm going to do here is queuing nicely. The balls rush queues nicely into that. This little bit on the opener is a bit quick, but this queues nicely. This is too nice, clean, smooth auto chain. Straight into the 2, into this. Queues nicely. The cooldowns are all exhausted as I weapon swap. The weapon swap cooldown comes up. Here I can do 5 auto chains in a row, and it's totally chill. I actually fucked up there a little bit. Should have used the 5 earlier. I'm talking. Forgive me. I'm not a master. This is all so nice. And, like, this is like playing GCD-based combat there I cancelled early. And there are ways to fuck this up, right? Like, you can Earthshake a bit too quick. So we have to do it like that the first time. But this is so clean and nice. And this is how I really wish, like, 90% of Guild Wars builds were. But, like, so few of them are like this. And it's a real problem, in my opinion, with the game. But so I love this build. It doesn't have to be this exact variant, by the way. And it's just Warrior. Oh, I used the 4 early there as well. And by the way, yes, you can Aura Slicer, but you don't have to. It's not really a gain. And so, yeah, holy shit, that damage is so low there. What the fuck? Did I not put vulnerability on it? Yeah, there's no vulnerability. I was like, oh my god, I know I play worse when I'm talking, but that much worse? And what you're looking at here is a 40k, a comfortable 40k DPS. And on top of that, you get, you know, I got Warbanner there. I'm not using fucking Golem tech with wins. You know, you got Warbanner. I did this in, like, EOD strike missions the other day. And, you know, you can really help people. Like, I did Ministerly, and obviously in all Ministerly pugs, everyone fucking dies on that last phase. Warbanner's super handy for that. You've got full counter. It's a bit hit or miss as a Spellbreaker specifically, knowing whether a mechanic can be full get count or not. I'm looking forward to Decima CM later in the week, and hoping I can full counter her giant knockback. If I can't, it's going to be really lame. But, you know, this is, I think, how Guild Wars should be played. Warrior is like the only class that has that consistently. And, like all the obscure rules and stuff, like no one's gonna be really that into that. And you could say, well, yeah, just dedicate yourself to one spec, just play just that Willbender spec. But then a balance patch comes in and changes it all. You know, when it comes, oh shit, that was a fat finger. When it comes to Final Fantasy, for example, like the core ideas behind a lot of those classes don't change that much, you know. I mean, sometimes they can. I play Monk, which we missed our dagger 3 there. Oh, he has no vulnerability again. He should be dying around there. I don't know why that's fucking up. Anyway. Yeah. Good fun. Love that. I think Guild Wars is in a bit of a horrible place at the moment. When it comes to endgame PvE rotation stuff, obviously what I just said there doesn't apply to 90% of players. Well, maybe not 90%, but a lot of players. A lot of that doesn't matter. But it's just tedious, man. Most of these builds are tedious and they're unfun to learn rotationally, and I don't like them. You probably had this question a lot, but what's the add-on that's displaying your skills when you hit them? It's called Custom Combat Text. It's made by Ideka. It's amazing. You can set it up in a million ways. I have it set up to show a couple of auto attacks right now, as well as incoming monster attacks. Check it out. It's just Blishard. So good. So good. Right, next comment. Alex Bush 7174 says, actual clinical psychologist here? No. It would be impossible and irresponsible to diagnose someone just from observing them on a stream. I hope whoever said that was joking around. Yeah, the other day we talked about having ADD. By the way, ADD is not the same as ADHD, right? No, the person was not joking. Actually, I won't put it. But I have some DMs from someone on Discord who said I think they watched some YouTubers and self-diagnosed with ADHD, and they really believe in it. And I don't know, man. There's one thing that really frustrates me about mine. I don't mind that I'm a bit one-track minded. I don't mind that I don't multitask too much. I don't mind that I, get really into something and hyperfixate. I actually see those as assets, honestly. I think fickleness and flitting around from one thing to another is not necessarily, there are some benefits to it, but I don't think it necessarily is a great way of living your life. But if there's one thing I really don't like, it's my retention. So, do you remember last year or a year ago, I played Hades? I loved Hades, right? I 100%ed it. I spent 110 hours in that game. 110 hours! Got all the Steam achievements. Fucking loved it. So I've got a friend who also played Hades. He played it slightly before me. He did not 100% that game. I don't even think he got anywhere near as close to 100%ing as I did, right? I distinctly remember he was much more casually minded about it when we were both playing, right? But last week, I talked to him about that game. We were just offhandedly mentioned it. And we talked about whether Patroclus? Some hero of Greek legend, whether they were in the game. And he immediately was like, oh yeah, Patroclus is in Hades. And I'd forgotten. I'd just completely forgotten it. I don't remember that guy. And it's shit like that. Like my retention. I hate my retention. I forget shit. And it's like if you're not living and learning and building things, it really freaks me out. It seriously deeply upsets me. So if that's an ADD thing, I don't know. If someone could tell me, all right, you can take a pill and you're not going to forget that shit, and trivia will stick with you a bit better, and, you'll remember things, then I would love that. But that really, really upsets me. I feel like I need to, quiz myself on what I've done, because otherwise it will be gone. Like, sometimes I'll sit down to watch a movie now, and I'll be like, wait, have I seen this before? It'll be like an hour in, and I'll be like, it's all felt vaguely familiar. I hate that. It feels like that part of myself that did that is dead, Like, if you don't even fucking remember it, what was the point, right? So, yeah, I don't know. That gets to me. And if that's an ADD thing, then I'm quite enticed by the idea. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, you can't diagnose people online, so... Meds will not solve that. That's just being old. There's too much information in my mind. Remember, Marge, when I took that wine tasting course? And I drank all the wine, and I became forgetful? It's one of my favourite Simpsons jokes. Lion's mane pills helped you out? It's lion's mane... Wait, that's a mushroom, isn't it? I remember Random Guild Wars 1 trivia. Yeah, but not all of it. Look, I get it, right? Okay, you're going to forget shit. I don't remember stuff about, old courses I took at college, right? Or on old apprenticeships and things. Obviously, you forget stuff. But, things you really liked and really enjoyed. And it's just that thing, okay... comparison is a thief of joy and all that. I get it, right? But it's knowing that other people were not as into something as I was, and they recall it better. That fucks me off, right? Not like on a personal level about my friend, but I'm like, man, I should remember that. That annoys me, So, yeah, I don't know. Grandpa, my name is Jim, remember? You're in the hospital. It's 2025. What is Guild Wars 2? I saw a Louis Theroux documentary, which this is quite interesting. So, there was a dentist, who had like a receptionist. He ran a dental practice, okay? And he had a receptionist, a woman. They were both middle-aged or whatever. And after maybe 20 years, they got together. They got married, they fell in love, and they were like full-blown husband and wife. For like 20 years, they were together. Then, no, I'm giving you two, but they were probably together for like 10 years or something. Then, tragically, when he was in his 50s, he got dementia, early onset dementia, and had to be put in a home. And what was really tragic about this story, so Louis Theroux's like looking into what's going on with him. As a part of his, so he now lives in an old people's home, but he's like the young stud, if you will, right? Because they're all other old biddies, and he's still in his 50s. So they all want his dick. They're all super up for it. As you know, I think it's fairly well known that there's a lot of horniness in these places, and so he has dementia. He's forgotten about his wife. He's married, but completely forgotten about the fact that he's married to her. And he's sleeping around at the old people home. He's dating old ladies. Now, where's the focus on this story? It's on the wife, the receptionist. She, perfectly normal, you know, healthy woman in her middle age, right? Not too dissimilar of an age of, you know, many of us in this stream chat right now are watching the VOD. And her husband, they're still married. They're not divorced. She goes to the old people's home to be with a husband, and he's forgotten that they were ever married. He remembers her, but only as a friend, because they spent like 20 years just platonically friends. He remembers her, he knows her, but that's just, oh, that's my friend Jill or whatever. I can't remember her name. And so anyway, in the documentary, you're watching her like deal with this, you know, and she takes the incredibly, like, I don't know, is it enlightened? I mean, it's fucking stoic as shit. She sort of lets it happen because he's, you know, what happiness has he got out of life? He's trapped there at the old people's home. So she'll go like on dates with him. She'll be like the friend while he's on a date with an old lady, like kissing an old lady and getting close to old ladies, and that's her husband, and she's just sort of sitting there and smiling. And the documentary kind of goes into the psychology of that and how difficult that is. And you know, I think Louis' documentaries used to be very honest, like with Weird Weekends and stuff, and that's why I respected them so much. But I think he was a bit dishonest with that. I got the impression she had taken it as an opportunity herself. She probably had her own side piece, but they never went into that. But it's just really interesting, you know. Why are we talking about dementia? The documentary. It was about a lot of different things. And just like, you know, weird things that can arise from the nature of these old people homes and so on. Yeah, What We Do for Love, sad face. It really was very tragic. It was really sad, and your heart really goes out for this woman. And again, she was very stoic. It was one of those things. Quite often, you can sort of feel, I don't know how cynical you guys are. Often I sort of like, oh, they're playing up to the camera or whatever. This woman was not playing up to the camera. She just didn't know how to express how she was letting him go in this way. There you go. Violet Bliss watched it. I recall watching that one. It's tough. Yeah, it was fascinating. I love his documentaries, man. Some of them are so funny as well. I watched one on aliens with a guy that thought he was communing with an extraterrestrial. It was so funny. The guy was just cracked out of his mind. Her own over 80-year-old side piece. I mean, she might have been going younger though, Boots. You never know. All right, okay. Let's see what we got here. I mean, that's so sad for her as well. Right. So yeah, thank you to a clinical psychologist. To think, a clinical psychologist, someone with an education, watching this content. Beautiful. Butterfly Rage. 220. Game designer here. You're 100% right. Stuff gets cut and recycled later content. In later content, it can be an ability, a mob, an animation, a trait, or whatever the game's equivalent is. We always keep a laundry list of ideas that we can tap into later. The closer an idea is to completion, the higher odds it will get used for something later on. Smiley face. I think a really good example of that, by the way, that we didn't talk about last time was Almora's shit with the Willbender. I mean, I think it did come up. I don't think it's so much that they knew about the Willbender when they did Almora. I think it's more that they did Almora and they were like, fuck, yeah, let's keep this in the pocket just in case. And then just in case happened, and they made End of Dragons, right? Old Brum says, Ranger Cope Cane Bow is simple but fun. It's fast by itself, adding quickness feels fantastic. Gale Shot is exactly what I wanted from a bow spec. Though the wind bow is too translucent, I thought that too. And the auto attack is clunky. I guess it's a bug that you had to reassign the Gale Shot bow's autocast, but... Sorry, the Cyclone bow. But what they also should look at is the autocast of Hawkeye. It should be held just like Untamed Unleashes, no? On the topic of ADHD, I don't trust anyone who could confidently say they can diagnose someone through a screen. Actual one-on-one therapy aside. And I think I once read that true multitasking is largely a myth. All you could do is try enabling yourself to look at chat, like changing your desk setup using an OLED. Trust me, I've used that. Using visual or sensory cues until looking. The thing is, right, well, I'll tell you the real problem with chat, guys. It's that if I've got something I want to say, right, and I know it's a few paragraphs, if I stop to look at chat halfway through those paragraphs, the flow of conversation is going to completely break. And the risk of forgetting it sucks. So that's why you kind of take a back seat. What was the other thing I was going to say? Right, yeah. Unleash skills. That's a really good point. Hawkeye. Maybe it's not on autocast because they don't want you autocasting Hawkeye. I get that completely. So let's see. As an Untamed, right? Well, okay. So all I have to do is stalk. No? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was there. Okay, we leave Untamed and we get Relentless Whirl. So my auto attacks are auto casting. So this build, by the way, this is very close. If you want something that felt like that Spellbreaker build I was showing a second ago, Untamed is pretty close. Unfortunately, it does have some bullshit where you go Unleash, you spam all three of these, and you leave. And it is 100% fucking obvious from every benchmark video that people are macroing that. And that is not correct, but hey. Aside from that, all the hammer stuff cues well. The spear stuff if you pick spear, or sword if you sword axe if you pick that. Anyway, so if I'm auto-attacking, I just want to see. So I unleash now. No, it did auto-do it. Oh, no, it didn't. I had to key it in. Yeah, they should do that. That should be how Hawkeye works. Exactly like Unleash does. The Unleashed ambushes. Yeah. Why not, right? I fucked that one up. Yeah. And that one, of course, is fiddly because the Souths. You also can't autocast your evoker attack. Oh, interesting. See, that's another thing. Autocast could be really nice to clean up a bunch of what I just talked about with Warrior. But the game is like a bit shit with it. In fact, so like look at this build, right? Was it this build? No. What was I playing? And I was thinking autocasting that would be so handy. I wanted to autocast some utility skill that was instant activation on some modern meta build. I can't remember what it was. Or I should say modern meta rotation is like more accurate. What the fuck was it? I don't know. It would have been some shit like Mantra of Pain on a Mesmer or something. Anyway, but if you autocast it, it won't do it. Even though it's like technically will overlap with another ability, it won't cast it immediately. You have to have a moment where you stop everything, and then the game will know to do it. And you don't want those gaps. That's downtime, and then that's, you know, we'd call it clipping in GCD-based systems, and it's not good. So, you know, they're just unreliable. That's something that Arenanet might be able to help. Oh, I love that. The brown cow did, like, horn strike or something to us there. What was that? Horn strike. And it's like, is that a horn, I guess? This is so cool, by the way. Look at that. I swear we just attacked a cow and its name changed from brown cow to irate cow. Didn't I just see that? I'm sure it changed and said irate. Maybe not. Isn't Condi Tempest fairly loopy as well? I haven't tried Condi Tempest. Oh, what, with the pistol? Yes, it is a little bit. It's a bit annoying with the whole weave self section to learn, but I think, yeah, it's pretty good. I think Condi Tempest isn't bad. That's one I want to put on the table. I keep getting told that in Mount Barrier, Condi is king. So we'll see. So far, I know this build is excellent because of Permeating Wrath. Permeating Wrath is fucking mental. You get all these ticks on all this fire on the Titan's feet, and then Permeating Wrath go tick, 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 tick. So if you like leave the geysers up, it just blows up all the ads. So good. The cleave is ridiculous. And Condi Quick 5 round is very good for it as well. These are the things I know so far. As for the other two fights, though, or a strategy where you purge the geysers, presumably more build variety is a thing. I don't know. Next, question 24. Altarianum says, great animation work. This is Gale Shot feedback. Great animation work, strong theme, makes sense for Ranger, expands forgotten base features such as projectiles and bird pets, even if just thematically, engaging playstyle. Gale Shot is by far above every other spec this batch, to the point that it looks like it was made by a completely different team. I also can't help but wonder if another reason Gale Shot feels so complete is the Cyclone Bow. It's essentially a new weapon. Maybe weapons is what elite specs need to feel complete, especially the likes of Conduit. We've talked about that a little bit. I would agree, except that then the Luminary is at the very bottom for me for all the reasons that you listed in your first paragraph up there. It failed on all those points, right? So a weapon might not be everything. But then again, like, the theme of their Shroud is lots of weapons. When I think lots of weapons as well, right? Going back to Luminary, don't you guys think... Hold on, I think I have a setup here. Don't you think Clobyan did it better? Have you guys ever played FF15? You know, you're getting all the weapons. Like that's like weapon collecting to me, using an arsenal. What do you guys think the odds is that this is something they were going to do for Luminary? Like, you had spirit weapons behind you, right? You forged spirit weapons or something, and they all floated with you. And in the end, they were like, oh, this looks amazing with a bunch of spears. I don't know. And they were like, I don't know. Maybe they packaged it off and said, fuck it, we'll put it on the Janthea Wild Spear somehow. That ended up happening. And they said, we'll figure Luminary out later. And then Luminary ended up with just like a floating lantern instead. Doesn't this feel like this is Luminary? I mean, am I crazy? I don't know. I might have killed the live chat here a little bit. But anyway, yeah. I don't think that it's just about getting new weapons. Question 25. Oh, Name is Who says, can anyone link or tell me where to find the Hammer Spellbreaker build from earlier? Yeah, Snow Crows is a very good website. They have lots of stuff on there. You'll definitely find a defense. That was Defense Hammer Spellbreaker. They 100% will have that in their warrior section. 100%. After watching some of the live stream, I went back to my Gale Shot beta character, heavily relying on core traits and short bow flanking bonus. There's something close to a Condi build. It would be nice for the bonus projectile to be triggered off of pet's projectiles and just put a little bleed on it, combining the Squall trait and Swiftness Endurance trait to free up a Condi trait. Which I thought was cool. I mean, I read that DJ Guy Dan message when it originally came in, and I thought, awesome. That's nice somebody did some buildcraft with that. There was a very interesting response, though. I don't know. What do you guys in the live chat think, or the VOD viewers? What do you guys think here? Dark Z says, please not again. They had a clear power build vision for Virtuoso, and then they created one monster trait with Condivert after people complained, let specs have identity. One, I don't remember. So you're talking about Bloodsong. I thought Bloodsong was always there. So Darks is making the case that Virtuoso was always a power spec. But they creaked the door open for Condi and created a monster. And doesn't want to see that for Gale Shot. I don't know. I think you've got a point, but I like the idea of Gale Shot having a Condi variant. Is that insane? I like the idea of you can pick a Condi trait up and it augments the Cyclone Bow, so it feels a bit different at the same time. Because again, we've had these big long conversations about like, where's the fun in the buildcraft? You know, it's not about picking the fucking Condi traits. That's arbitrary. It's how does the playstyle modify once you're on that line? And that's where I think Arenanet fall down quite a lot. That's why it doesn't matter if it's all top, bottom, middle. Because the buildcraft is in seeing how the playstyle changes. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I also don't think it loses its identity by having a Condi variant. The identity is like the magic affinity, you know, the theming of the Cyclone Bow, the colors of the animations, stuff like that, you know, whether it has a coherent lore idea. I don't know. Like when I think about what's cool about a druid, I think about the astrology and all that stuff. I don't care if it had a Condi variant. I think it's awesome it got a Condi variant because they named it after cool, you know, Blood Moon and Eclipse and stuff, which was still on theme. If they can find some trait names related to birds and stuff that is bleed oriented, go for it. In the live chat, Rikaru Raw says, what the actual fuck is replies made with AI? Is AI making comments now? Yeah, we talked about that. Watch my whole series. Look, I have a playlist. It's all my Visions of Eternity content so far. Every video is on there. And yeah, I talked about it. Oh, I'm so happy to read that. It's not just me being insane. It's awful, isn't it? The feedback was that the Condi wasn't good enough, so they overbuffed it and it became the main one. Boot says it's not entirely true. The End of Dragon specs basically all had one Condi, one power line. Yeah, I don't know whether the criticism there is they're bad because they had a power and a Condi line. It was the tuning that was bad, right? It was this Virtuoso specific scenario. Doing all that damage from range with tools like Distortion and Portal. I mean, Jesus, it was an overtuned trait. We can put Condi on the Cyclone Bow and try to not overtune it, right? That's not a fundamental roadblock. Question 26, Hardy says, I submitted a bug, but there was something about that actual location you were in at the beginning that was taking you out of Gale Shot mode. I was able to recreate it. Such an odd bug, since I don't think there's any jumping puzzles or anything around, and it didn't boot my Necro or my Guardian Shrouds when I went to those areas. Maybe being so close to the Tengu, they don't appreciate you appropriating their skills. Also, Luminary Shroud 1 isn't an auto either, like Gale Shot. Nor do they remember any of the skills being set to auto, so I imagine it's a bug, because it's a bit frustrating to go into the Shroud or the Cyclone Bow, and your character is just standing there unless you hit buttons, especially since the new Necro Shroud 1 is auto, and remembers any of the skills being set to auto. Another bug I submitted. So yeah, more conversation about that. Now that is quite the news though. Amazing. The Cyclone Bow only will kick you automatically out of the bow if you stand near the Dominion of Winds in Caledon Forest. That's incredible. And that just goes to show some of the spaghetti going on, right? My instinct is it is because of jumping puzzles, actually. I have to say. We are near a jumping puzzle. We're near the Dark Rime Delves. But are we though? I wasn't really here, was I? I was further up. Like here I can't mount or glide because I'm underneath. But you can see a bit of it there. Man, Corteria was so good. Look at that. Remember being a noob running on here and thinking, how do you get up there? And then do you remember doing it months later while making a YouTube series with Magical Mike? Alright, we didn't all have the exact same experience, but still. That's the chain link fence effect there, right away. Can we test NG kits? Well, I'm going to test a Firebrand Tome. Because tomes are closer. Right? The Cyclone Bow wasn't really a shroud. It's a tome. Or a kit. I mean, yes, kits too. Of course. Yeah, I don't know about over here. There isn't really... I mean, okay, there is the Explorer achievement. Not technically a jumping puzzle. But remember they had the Explorer achievements, just like hidden areas. In the script place, there's a guild trek that takes you there now. We were here. God, I love that Blish HUD overlay. Titan's staircase. So if I tag on FB... Oh, we can't actually yet on this character. Can I learn FB? This is a new Firebrand, guys. Don't judge me. There we go. Wow. Firebrand before we even have the miner. Fuck, so we still don't have tomes. There they are. So I have a tome. It was around here, wasn't it? Yeah, it's probably classed as a buff that falls under another category that gets ships. Yeah, so many things are buffs. Like, no, this is just timing out normally. Well, actually, that red icon was showing I didn't have all my pages back. Yeah, like when you go through a Mesmer portal, you're being given a buff that is... You know that like you can't spam F on a Mesmer portal? It's because they put a buff on you that lasts a second to effectively simulate an ICD. But what's happening is you're actually getting an invisible buff. Happens constantly. Yeah, I don't know. It's not doing it, is it? I guess we'll run around Caledon while we read question. But anyway, cool bug report. Well, maybe diagnosing that helps them fix some issues in other places. Miners 666. Regarding some things from other streams, there was a comment about difficulty in Heart of Thorns. What I always wished was that Strike scaled with players. So you had 3 modes of 2 to 4, 5 to 7, 8 to 10 for harder content for smaller groups of players or even solo players. You know, what you just described there is what I always want for fractals. I believe in a world with fractals where you don't just do the top tier. All the tiers are interesting for your dailies. It just depends on how many players you have. I mean, with some caveats. But so I can 2-man the lower ones, 3-man, 4-man, and finally 5-man. Anyway, not to reveal my lack of friends to do harder PvE with it. I also thought your MMO idea for having 5 roles and every class can perform 3, but you can swap in combat was very cool, by the way. I'm glad you thought that. It is good. It is good. Just to pat myself on the back there a little bit. Because if you take a random selection of 5 players on different classes, they're going to cover all 5 roles. You know, it'll be quite fringe when they don't. Anyway, Troubadour feels a lot better now that you can hear the instruments, but I agree with that comment about the skills are gibberish. At least the theme seems cool, which is more important to me than meta/numbers. Still salty over the Tale of Air, though. Did you see that Reddit post a couple of years ago that worked out you can do the personal story run that has almost entirely just female Norn deaths, most of whom you have to kill a second time as Arisen? By the time it gets to Air and Heart of Thorns, she's the 6th one. It started to feel personal. That's amazing. Completely off topic, but I also wish they'd rework Norn animal spirit forms in some way. I don't know, even if it was just a race-specific optional combat tonic, or the elites acted like a passive signet that transformed you in combat and gave you a minus up buff. I mean, I've always argued for racial specializations. You've seen my content on it. I still believe in it. Check it out. WP racial specializations. You'll love it. Really great fan art. If they don't do that, then yeah, this tonic thing is a good idea, with the caveat I'd like that tonic update, right? So you can tonic on mounts and stuff, and auto drink when you swap to new maps. With that, really good. I was talking about that at the start of this year. But yeah, back to the elite spec thing and the gibberish. I had another comment. I don't have a screenshot of it. I'm really sorry. But some genius in the Spud community, honestly, I got a fucking crazy comment from one of you guys. Someone had rewritten all of the rhymes for all of the skills, all of the poems, so that they all rhymed no matter what order you pressed in. Like, what? So good. So cool. Amazing. And they said they posted it on Reddit and just got downvoted. Wow. That's bullshit. I just want to say, that's so cool. And yeah, that would have made any utility you press in any order, it would have still flowed and felt like it was a poem. Really good. By the way, the reason I didn't screenshot it was simply that it was too big to screenshot. Like, I couldn't do it without scrolling. And then I was going to figure it out later, and then I forgot, so sorry. Morlen says, I only have one question. Oh, why did you have to get your clothes on to go get a cup in your own home? No, we don't all run around naked. I'll give you guys a story. Fuck, let's start running around. I had a window at my old place. That for years, I always had the curtain drawn. Because this is England. And in England, we have millions of people living on a tiny island, crammed in the south. Sorry, we're in South England. And what that means is we all live in tiny, cramped little houses, in cramped estates, covered in brutalist concrete. And what that means is you might have a window to your house that you look out of, and 2 inches out of the window is your neighbour's window, where they're looking in. And if I didn't have a curtain in front of this window, I mean, it would have just been... I was right outside my bathroom. And, you know, as much as I'd like to just walk out naked and, you know, flop around, you just couldn't. You could not do that because people would just be looking in, you know. So, you know, not all houses are as private as other houses. Okay, next question. This is 29. From Osiris. Would be cool if the Paragon wings grew with how many refrains you have going. Oh, so good. I never thought of this. That's a great solution. I love the idea of the elite giving everyone else wings. I really do. Like they're floating over the danger or something. That would... Come on. Wouldn't that be good? But this idea as well, as you push more and more... Or I don't think it's just like if they have a really strong one, they have really big wings. Just a bit of visual work will be so good for Paragon for me. I'll be so happy. I can't wait to do this tier list again in a minute. Honestly, it's going to be really good. Next. 121 Dan 121 says slugs can carry a parasite. It's called rat lungworm. If eaten by a person or dog, it can be fatal. It's not just in Australia. It's in the UK as well. There you go. Rat lungworm. Gross, scary, sad stuff. Erin, this is question 31 out of 38. Erin4631 says, I'm a 13-year Guild Wars 2 player, and I still don't really understand quickness or alacrity. I know that's partially my fault, but I just don't care to look into it. I can just pull down a build and do the rotation and not worry about it. All right, on the one hand, I don't blame you. I don't think it's your fault. Okay, quickness and alacrity are very easy to understand. One of them speeds up your animations, so you hit faster. One of them speeds up your cooldowns, so you can press the button faster. I mean, that is it. I mean, maybe there's a little bit... As far as the boons themselves are concerned, is there more to be explained? But at the end of the day, you know, I don't blame you. I don't think it's your fault. I think, first of all, being a 13-year player sounds very impressive, but, you know, if that... For a lot of people, that includes year-long breaks, so, you know... I always felt that way with Guild Wars 1, where someone would say, oh, I've been playing Guild Wars 1 for 20 years. Yeah, but you logged out in 2009 and you only came back last year. You know, it doesn't count. All right, but anyway, I think it is a failing of the game. The tutorial is not good enough. The personal story in its entirety should be treated as a tutorial. There should be moments where you're forced to sit down and look at what each boon does, and unless you utilize it, you can't get through that part of the quest. It should teach you these things, absolutely. And the fact it doesn't, and it doesn't explain how important that is at the 5-man scale. I mean, this is the trinity you've created, Arenanet. These are the roles you've gone with. Your balance team are too cowardly to change that now, so fucking live with it and embrace it with you and tutorialize it properly. If you're not going to do that, change it and get the confidence from your balance guys. But, yeah, it's not your fault that you don't know those fully. But, yeah, as we said before, I think that they do drag the game down in a lot of ways. The other thing I want to say to this comment is, look, I want to defend you for it's not your fault. If you're a casual player and you don't understand quickness and accuracy, I want to defend you. But I also want to attack you. I hate that mentality. I don't need to know. Let me just go see what some other nerd on the internet told me to play. And I'll just do that and trust it works. Oh. Oh, where have we, what have we come to? Is that playing the game? I mean, I have sympathy for people who are playing like fucking 9 different builds and the balance keeps changing and they keep having to learn new things to keep raiding. And there's an obvious best in slot thing. I have sympathy for someone who's forced to play Virtuoso to clear embodiment of sin. So they go and find a third-party resource. I think that's fine, right? Like, I get it. But if you barely play the game, if you only do one little bit in the game, you don't want to learn that yourself? You don't want to think about that yourself? And it's also, there's another thing, right? What's motivating people to do that? Because they think they're being efficient. I can guarantee you're not. You think you're playing the best way you are. Well, you're not. If you don't know why it is what it is, you're not. Anyway. Whatever. Let's get off the high horse. We should get AI to generate our builds going forwards. I know, Boots has got a good point there. I just think there's 2 genres, guys. I think there's 2 fan bases crammed into Guild Wars 2 these days, right? There's Guild Wars 1-minded people. There's tactical RPG-minded people. There's people who enjoy, like, Larian RPGs. Build crafters, okay? Those people, and they are hangovers from Guild Wars 1, they're looking for a different game to, like, the World of Warcraft players and the Monster Hunter players and stuff who are just fucking coming in and looking to be dictated how to play. Right? They're different audiences. And they think they're playing the same game and they're not. And I believe Arenanet, don't just make Guild Wars 3, make Project Tyria and make Project Tyria, all right? And one of them is a Guild Wars 1 genre. Make a CO RPG and make a modern MMO for consoles. Or make a CO RPG for consoles. You can do it, Arenanet. They're different products. I believe in you. Get them out there, all right? And in the meantime, make some Guild Wars 1 content to prove that you can do multiple projects. You do that in PoE! I mean, doing that in PoE! Oh, hedonism bot! I mean, really? Oh, how can you play an ARPG purely under the dictates of what someone else tells you to do? I mean, surely the build you're running in an ARPG is a flexible thing based on the gear that's dropping for you as you go. Oh, look, I get it if you've ran the league 5 times already and now you're looking for something meatier. But, I'm assuming you're talking about PoE 2, a game that just came out, that just had a new act. I would never do that in PoE. Until you're a lot deeper down the rabbit hole. Okay, not PoE 2 though. Yeah, I mean, look, if you've played it, if it's PoE 1 and you've done it the campaign 1,000,000 times, and you've seen some cool video, then fuck it, yeah, like, I get it. It's the same vibe as people who play D&D who don't try to learn how the game work and need to be told how to play their character every time. Yeah, I'm a bit nervous here. We're getting a bit snobby, aren't we? I'm getting a bit nervous here. Look, they're a legitimate... Not everybody can afford to sit in their house all day playing a fucking MMO, all right? Some people have jobs. So, yeah, they're just going to look it up. Fair enough. Fair enough. Defunks. who's had a lot of great comments as this has gone along. Here's his final wall of text. This is question 32 out of 38. I'm overall quite happy with the evoker. I really like what it is trying to do with allowing us to specialize more into one element. I've wanted this for Elementals for a while, as some of my favorite builds have been Old Star Fire Rally and many of the Fresh Air variants. Yeah, which are various degrees of that. I don't mind the animals chosen, but I can understand those who wanted something cooler, though I would have loved if they had some more idle animations and interacted with more skills than just the F5. And I think that's all fair. The utilities are a little boring, though. They seem to have decent efficacy. I'm a little worried about the efficacy of certain playstyles, especially support playstyles. For example, Tempest. Tempest has access to 4 powerful overloads, as well as powerful utilities. And I'm not so sure a single familiar skill is strong enough in comparison. Yeah, I did not vibe with the evoker utilities. I don't know. It's a week later now, guys. What do you think? For me, yeah, that was a bit of a hit or miss. The traits could use some work, in my opinion. I think the element-specific traits are crowding out the trait line a bit. That's a good bit of feedback I never offered, yeah. Especially for support playstyles. I think it'd be great to condense these trait lines into a single one, and then add additional traits that allow the flexibility of the spec to shine. Ideally, more traits that are different per attunement. So you almost get a different trait line depending on what you specialize in. That's going to take a lot more work for them. And again, every single time we talk about this, I go back to this thing. I think they should do them in batches of 3, not batches of 9. Sorry, they should release elite specializations in batches of 3. That's what I'm saying, not traits. Because it suddenly occurs to me you get 9 traits as well, don't you? It's funny. Big number for Guild Wars. Well, not counting minors. Anyway, for me, a better option would be a trait that encourages camping in one attunement. Now, this was a really cool idea, but still allows you to go into the others. For something as simple as ramping buff, increase energy regeneration, or even building up to a stronger F5. To offset this, kind of completely locking into other attunements, they can instead increase their cooldown, as well as put an F5 generation into those attunements. So you're talking about a softer form of elemental specialization. But here's an amazing thing. A transformative trait I would love to see is the ability to choose 2 familiars at once, but you're locked into those 2 attunements. This would be less restrictive than the current single element we have. However, they would need to work out energy gain and expenditure would work with 2 familiars, and also rework the quickness and alacrity generation, as you could get both if this existed currently. That's still a really good idea, though. Yeah, the double familiar. So maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe instead of a single familiar, we do a double familiar. No mention of weapon swap on the feedback from Defunks there. I'm a little disappointed the PvE builds seem to be more high APM spam, similar to Catalyst. Oh yeah, fuck quickness, fuck alacrity, fuck permanent passive boons as a whole. Big mic drop there at the end. Actually, you get 12 traits with the nerd emote. I love that. Don't we have potato glasses? I think there's a nerdy potato. Alright. Darks here says you could have used Arcane Echo while channeling the other skills before they finish. This is pretty good on Meteor Shower, because you can choose to commit in the reset cooldown right as the bar fills up. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it worked to the end. I want to play with that. Let's have a quick look. Look real quick here. A quick look here. A real quick look here. A look quickly here. There's so many ways I could have formatted that. Right. So if I get a staff out, I go for Arcane Echo, the new skill. I go to cast it. We're casting. I tap at the end. And it worked. Damn. Most enjoyable. I like that. I do like that. That's very good. Can we? Oh no, weapon skill. I was going to say, holy shit, does that work for overloads? What are some other fun Ellie skills to Arcane Echo? Churning Earth is gone. I mean, in a way. I mean, it's interesting, right? It's a flexible skill. The 15-second cooldown sucks. Because I would like to say, all right, well, let's just do it on... Let's lava font spam. like... Look, double lava font, back. Just like the old days. But then it's going to take a while to come back again anyway, because of the 15-second baseline. I've never really got how Arenanet visualize this being used. On Mesmer, it tended to be used with more special, like, utility-type experiences. What's fun to double cast, but then go on a huge cooldown? I can't think of anything else on Staff I'd want to do it on. Not in a single attunement. Fire Warhorn 5? Okay, yeah. Double Wildfire, that's sort of fun. It sort of feels like the sort of thing where you would want to do it to an attunement and then just not bother with the attunement for ages, right? So now I leave fire and I do fun stuff in other attunements and I only care about going back to fire. Even though it'll be available in 3 seconds, I'm not actually going to go there until, you know, the 20-second Arcane Echo is there. In a way, it feels like it fits Ellie like, quite nicely. Because of that. You can just abandon the attunement for a long time, right? But I don't know... You know, maybe like a contextual break bar sort of thing. Maybe I want to throw 2 comets out really quickly for some huge break bar experience and then leave. Use the Catalyst Elite, you can get 3 in a row. That's true, yeah, we could. I mean, this build's on a Tempest. And of course, which mean, you know, so what I just identified there, that it's kind of cool when you can swap away from the attunement for a while. That's like anti-evoker. It's like, okay, that's actually the reverse of what evoker's doing. So I don't know. Anyway, cool tip. Next, Felix Karen Roy 7189. I have 2 unrelated comments about elite specializations. The first one is this. About weapons and spec decoupling. To my understanding, they only actually get decoupled if you own Secrets of the Obscure, right? So for any player owning, let's say, Heart of Thorns or POF, you can't use Warhorn on Weaver, or even Main Hand Axe on Dragon Hunter. I hate how some of the expansion's features are not applied to the base game, and it requires you to arbitrarily play the story to unlock them, like the Secrets of the Obscure weapons that are locked behind the second update of the expansion. The spec weapons decoupling was a shift in vision, and the whole game should be affected. You're right. Listen, I'm going to go on the record here, guys. That should not be a thing. Like, I get that they're trying to sell Secrets of the Obscure. And I'm fine with them putting homesteads in Visions of Eternity that you still need Janthir Wilds to access. I'm fine with that. I think cross-pollinating is a good idea. But this is too fundamental of an attribute of the buildcraft and the class design. So, yeah, and it's made it really difficult to talk about. Like, what do I do, guys? What do I do? Do I judge Scrapper with the hammer or without the hammer? Because by some rights, I should judge it with the hammer. It was made with a hammer, and for some players, it's locked to the hammer. So it's not just about the fact that it's behind a money wall, but it's like the obscurity of the thing as well, you know? There should be less walls to get people into the higher end stuff. And they're building walls, they're building obstacles, you know? Oh, you know, like, you might think it's fine now, but what about 4 years down the line where there's another 4 mini-X packs? People are going to be saying, oh yeah, you have to buy this specific mini-X pack from way back when. Don't worry about the story, just rush, skip. And of course that's horrible when you're in that mindset. It's not good. Needs a tweak. Maybe they'll do it next year. The other thought is this. I don't understand why alacrity and quickness traits are not always on the same tier on all elite specs. When the Luminary gets his alacrity on the Master trait, there's still an opportunity to make a gameplay-defining choice with the GM. But then you go to Paragon. And if you want to give alacrity, you unlock to that GM that isn't really transformative, as I think GMs should be. And some GMs are. Felix, you are a man after my own heart. You have phrased that so perfectly. You've got to the nub of the issue. Absolutely. I have been wondering the same, and I noticed that throughout this beta. It is odd, isn't it, when you'll be like, oh, the quickness trait is Master this time, or it's Grandmaster this time, and you've identified it perfectly. GMs are the bigger more interesting play style defining tweaks, and they're fun to tinker with. If there's anything you want to let people tinker with, it's at the GM level, and when you're playing in a specific role, you're kind of not allowed to. So it sort of sucks when the quickness and the alacrity is there. I totally agree with you on that. And actually, so I think if Arenanet looks at this, I would put them all on the adept, right? Quick, simple, clean adept traits. Is it quickness? Is it alacrity? I mean, the other thing that's so obscene about quickness and alacrity is there's not even like a third one, right? Like, so, but you get 3 traits. So it would be like quickness, alacrity, or some kind of QOL for your energy. Whether that be your shade or your shroud or your tomes or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, I totally agree. It's weird that it's inconsistent. Evan with the donation and live chat right here. Thank you, Evan. $10. Wow, it's the 3rd year in a row I've travelled to Scandinavia late summer, and each time it's right when you're doing expansion coverage. It's the only thing getting me through these long flights. That's so cool. Holy shit, I like that. Well, I'll see you next year, man, for the next Scandinavian trip. And we'll be talking about God knows what. That's awesome. I like that. Of course, it's slightly different. I think this time last year we were actually playing it, but this time it's slightly delayed. Nonetheless. Yeah, this rhythm of Guild Wars 2 late summer, into a Let's Play, into FF, into other games. I like that. All right, next. Kitabake. Talking about specialized elements. 35 out of 38. We're nearly there, guys. Specialized elements would be better if it was not competing with the quickness alacrity trait. This way we could make use of some water-only mage with useful boon for open world meme roleplay build. Also, the lightning dedicated build would be cool. So move it to major or move boon trait to major and we can pick both. I didn't realise that. You're right. You can't take the alacrity trait with dedicated water. So you can do the cool healing thing, but you can't be alacrity. Oh. Do you see how much quickness and alacrity really fuck with the build craft? There's a world where the trait selection is just like fun little playstyle tweaks and stuff. God, they really, really impinge on the fun, don't they? They really muscle a lot of fun choices out. And I want to say, by the way, through these last 8 videos I've done, 9 on the beta, however many we did, 9 videos, I've given you some thoughts about open world, I've given you some thoughts about fractals, I've given you some thoughts, some very loose thoughts about competitive, I've given you thoughts about rotations and raids. There is an area of the game that I think is extremely valid, and I haven't talked about nearly at all, alright? And I think I've done a bad job not talking about it, right? There is an area of the game that I have a lot of fun doing buildcraft for. I spend a lot of time doing, especially in new expansions, alright? And that's meta event builds. Builds that are fun when you're out there doing whatever the new fucking big boss is, right? When I'm doing Norris, right? When we're fighting Decima and Greer in the Janthea Isles. When we're fighting Zvias. I like meta event builds. A lot of us play meta events. A lot of us do the casual early open world ones. There are fun things to do and play there, and fun applications. That Evoker Water thing is like a meta event thing. I don't think it makes it a meme build. I think it's a valid fun part of the game, and I think a lot of us do it. And now it's like, oh, that's been lost, So, I don't know. I sort of wish I was a bit more minded about that as this beta went along. But yeah. DRMs, says Banjo. No, not DRMs. Fuck DRMs. No, metas. I believe in meta builds. I think there's some fun meta builds. It's not so serious, right? But you can do fun things with them. And Calanthan says open world builds make the game so much more fun and so few people engage with them or create them. Yeah, well, okay, let me be clear. I don't really believe in one type of open world build. Like, I'll have a template for QOL running around solo adventuring, and that's actually different to the meta event build to me. I would swap to a different template when the meta starts, right? They're not the same. But anyway, I appreciate not everyone has loads of templates and blah, blah, blah. This is quite interesting. This is from Von Kreck, and I think this was a bit of a dose of reality here. How does a person play a sequel to a game and then complain about references to the original game? Good point. I mean, a lot of people do that, and I was doing that, right? I think what's happening is there's a failure to understand what Arenanet have fucked up, right? A lot of people didn't gel with the Janthea Wild story. I loved it. I loved the subject material. I loved all the stuff about Saul. I loved all the stuff about the One Mantle. I loved all the stuff about the Titans. I loved Livia. Well, until she opened her mouth and the characterization was all over the place. Until she opened her mouth. That's horrible, isn't it? I loved the Scepter of Ore. They were so good, and I loved those because I'm a Guild Wars 1 player, right? A lot of people didn't like it, and they say, oh, that's what... They say it's Guild Wars 1's fault. It's not, really. It's not, all right? Von Kreck's right. There's some expectation. I mean, it is a sequel. I think what failed is Arenanet didn't do the history lesson in-game well enough. I think that's where they made a mistake, and I will show you what I mean. Oh, it's a long walk. No, it's not a long walk. Here you go. We're talking about them building barriers. Here's a barrier they took down. Oh, I'm not allowed into story? You can only enter explorable? Oh, I can do story on here. Because I played this with Kerry the other day. This is what they're missing.
But you'll do. That fool Norn Air has stirred up the ghosts down here. Let me brief you. This place has a history, and I don't want your ignorance getting us killed. This was originally Charland. The humans pushed us out and built Ascalon on top of it. Over 200 years ago, we took our land back. The human king Adelburn watched his soldiers panic as we breached the city gates. Facing certain defeat, the doomed king refused to surrender.
Retreat! Retreat is not an option!
Burn smashed his ancient blade Magder. Cursed Ascalon.
You will not abandon me!
The blast incinerated the attacking legions and turned the defending humans into vengeful spirits.
We will never surrender! Never!
Ghosts see the living as invaders. They show no mercy and no weariness. They blind hatred. Battle burns hatred. And now, Air's gone right into the dead king's lair. What a mess. We're going after her. She's causing trouble, and I don't want anyone dying because of her foolishness.
Right, now, that's not technically a Guild Wars 1 story. Alright. You got another one in Ara. The start of Ara story has a similar one where Kaith talks to you about the history of Ore, about how it sunk and then raised again. And in the middle of Sorrow's Embrace, there's another one. It's not a starting cutscene, but it's in the middle of that one where you learn about Destiny's Edge, all right? And these are really good moments in the story, not just because they're cutscenes, but because they're cinematic moments. And yes, that's partly because they're cutscenes, but there's good voice acting, that they're explaining the history of the world to you in-game in an engaging way. No one complains about these in this part of the history because Guild Wars 2 explained it. And what's happening is Janthea Wilds did not do that, right? It assumes too much of your background knowledge about the Titans. So people played Janthea Wilds and they said, well, what the fuck? I didn't play Guild Wars 1. This is boring. I don't get it. Not realizing there's not even that much in Guild Wars 1 about the Titans. They're not actually missing out. It's just Janthea Wilds failed on Janthea Wilds' own terms. The budget has constrained the storytelling to the point that Janthir Wilds couldn't deliver its narrative. It's not about the fact this is a sequel, all right? Von Kreck is absolutely right. Yeah, it's not a problem that they talk about Guild Wars 1. It's a problem that there's no budget for cool story beats and cool moments like that. We get some cutscenes, but what do they pick? Here's what they pick. Here's what they pick. Oh, what's he gonna do? Oh, here's what they fucking pick. What's he gonna do? Ready? Uh-oh. Oh, some of you know already. So, oh, actually, hold on. I'm a little confused. How do I... Oh, hold on.
Charged up. How did you get past Omnitas's defenses so easily?
I built these defenses.
So, how do you want to go about this?
I'll follow behind, let you mingle first. Might trigger a war if I walk through the door before his ego is properly fluffed. Oh, wait, Wayfinder. Before we throw another log on the fire, thank you for not telling them.
It's not my story to tell, but you should.
She informs us that there are not 2, but 3, all of which survived the encounter. 2 are weak, the third unsure.
Excellent timing, Commander. I take it you won't need an update, given your participation in recent events?
Can you shut the door behind you, Wayfinder?
Who let you into the Wizard's Tower war room, Countess?
Iskarin, by suggestion of the Alliance. I'm aiding in the Astral Ward's acclamation to modern Tyrian affairs.
So, they all live. I imagine you didn't simply allow that to happen. What were the circumstances?
What has your mood smelling like an elder's backside?
We almost had the 2 defeated, but a third intervened. She was strong, and a bit more cunning than the other 2.
Disappointing, but rational. What of your second mission, Wayfinder?
The Titans kept me occupied. I'm still working on it.
Fine. I suppose our plot bears too many hands.
What second mission?
The Titan Imperatrix.
Here it is.
A foe I did not expect.
That threat should be conquerable. So long as we continue to get along.
Tyria united. It still sounds like a fable.
Mostly united, but it's true. And we need to nurture these bonds. They cannot fail. When a door is shut, you should leave it that way.
Sorrow.
Ren.
Right, that is one of the only
Lied
cutscenes
to me.
in Janthir Wilds. That is one of the only cutscenes. So what do I want to talk about here? I'm not talking about the art style. I'm not talking about the animations. I'm not talking about the voice acting. I'm not talking about the presentation at all, right? Maybe you prefer the painterly thing with Ritlock. That's probably not viable, you know, for the whole expansion or whatever. I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. I just want to talk about the subject material. What they chose, like you've got X money, you're going to do a couple of cutscenes. What do you pick for your cutscenes, right? And the subject material is very different. On one of them, they spent that money on world building. They spent that money on teaching players about the setting to get them invested in Tyria. On this occasion, they spent it on melodrama, right? On character dynamics, you know, the emotion of the beat or whatever. And that's the fundamental difference, I think, that we have. You know, aside from the fact, obviously, the budget and all that kind of thing. Like, my argument is, especially when it comes to Guild Wars 1 subjects, players need to love Tyria and the setting and the world, and like the deeper lore. To me, I think that's where the focus is. I think that's where this franchise was always at its strongest. I don't think it's ever had very strong character writing. I mean, for my tastes, you know, as an increasingly pessimistic adult. You know, I'm not a teenager. You know, 13-year-olds might really love it or whatever, and maybe that's what they're aiming for and so on. But, you know, so I just think that you can accuse Janthia Wilds of, I wasn't excited about the times, but it's because they didn't really do they didn't put the emphasis on teaching you about them in a way, or the Scepter of War, or any of these sort of headier Guild Wars 1 things. You know, what did they explain in the Lion's Arch instance about the Scepter of War? They said it was a dense situation. That was it. They kind of just glossed over it. As Livia saying it was a dense situation. That's not in a cutscene. Yeah, I mean, it was like nothing, really. So, yeah, you got a lot of people disconnected, right, and saying, oh, they shouldn't do Guild Wars 1. But I'm with Von Kreck here. No, you know what? And I think a Guild Wars 3 would do Guild Wars 2 stuff. It is a sequel, after all. That shit shouldn't be off the table. I think the problem is players aren't being, you know, new players aren't being breadcrumbed into it a way that they'd ever give a shit. And to give you a modern example where they did well... That's right, we'll do it all here. Oh, where's he going now? Bloodstone Fen? Oh, I don't know. Bloodstone Fen, that's very strange. I'm just assuming this is the hole. It is the hole. Not usually advisable. Just winging it like that. Isn't there an NPC? No? Oh no, it wasn't here. Fuck. I think if I trigger Season 3, it will do it somewhere. They did that really epic cutscene. It was first in a raid, and then it appeared in Season 1. But they did a specific... the example I'm going for here is the White Mantle. They did a concept artly cutscene for the White Mantle when the Soul stuff came up. And they were reintroduced, and they did that very well. So that was during the Heart of Thorns era. But we haven't seen so much of that since the start of the Icebrood Saga. And again, I have to say, the Icebrood Saga had such a great cutscene at the start of it with that trailer. So good. Alright. Penultimate question, everyone. Here we go. And I've saved the best for last. Alright, no, I just grabbed them as I went. So we got one from Nick here. I wonder if the Antiquary Artifacts Kennel will be treated similar to Ranger Pets, where they might get expanded with releases to increase the pool. That's a brilliant idea. And further to that, why not just do that with all thief-stolen items? More thief-stolen items would obviously be fun. That's something that we should have been saying since 2012, you know? Keep going with it. And the other thing is, remember at launch they have environmental weapons you pick up, and they kind of abandoned that. But if they, well, they didn't abandon it, but they didn't emphasize it as much as they originally were. If they had gone further with that, you know, they could have continued expanding with those more as well. That's exactly the kind of thing I like to see. The fact they didn't do it with any of it makes me think that no, you're not going to see the Antiquary. So here's one. This is a really good question to end the salvo of comments on, or right near the end. And we're going to sort of be a bit Debbie here. What do you guys think? I'm talking to the live chat. I'm talking to VOD commenters. Pick one of the new specs that you don't like. I assume you have one, right? Whatever that is in your mind. I don't know. Just imagine that for me for a second. Now, I want you to imagine the odds that they'll change it and what they could do to fix it, right? So, like, you've probably got a concept or two in your mind what you'd like to see for the spec that you don't like. And so we're all asking ourselves, what are the odds that Arenanet will pick these up? My concern here is... Yeah, I mean, and you can point to End of Dragons and say, well, look, they did that with the ambush and stuff. My concern is we're in the era of mini X-Packs now, right? So how much time do they have? Because surely there's something they're doing next year. Right? Like, let me ask you this. What are the odds we're about to get a big rework for one of the spears? I mean, the spears are all brilliant and don't need one, but imagine one was bad. How are they going to squeeze that in? They're looking at the elite specs. 12 months from now, it's going to be tridents, right? Or main hand shield, or main hand scepter, or whatever the hell they're doing, right? Or whatever mastery, or they'll say they're taking a break, maybe, I don't know. Do you understand what I mean? If things continue as they are, I don't really actually... So you can say, oh, Untamed, they added the ambushes and stuff. There was quite a long... There was nothing else on the docket after End of Dragons, so they had time to look at that stuff. They're already making whatever the next thing is. So I'm curious about that, and I'm not being a total Debbie here, because I have to say as well, balance passes that have happened this year, like the introduction of the Inferno trait and stuff, have all been really cool. And that's been while elite specs are happening, so maybe they do have space for all of it. But I just what I think, right, is whatever we see in these elite specs, I don't know how much I'm expecting them to really change. We might get some tweaks, but I think what we've got is what we'll get, you know. And I think the two that really are going to miss out on that is Antiquary. Like, are we going to get a bunch more Antiquary stolen things? Again, and this, we've talked about this already, but this idea that might not even be a positive, right? Because it affects the RNG and stuff, and luminary as well. I mean, are those shroud skills going to change that much? Really? It's a thought, right? Hey, 5 gift subs from Elkien. Thank you, Elkien. Thank you very much. Oh, the cutscene was there apparently. Oh, I missed it. Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, so yeah, it's something to think about. Maybe they would add more stolen things after release to increase the pool. But then what's on my mind is that they're probably hustling on the next thing as well. Balance and number changes is not the same as, you know, actually creating animations and tooltips and icons and stuff. Whenever they are making those, they might be putting them on you know, the new underwater shit that's coming, or whatever it's going to be. So there you have it, guys. That was the last question. Sorry, because this last image was, you know, Guild Wars 2 week or something. And there we have it. Oh. Oh, we made it, everybody. The ranting is over. It's done. We've cast the One Ring into the fires of Mordor. And I can remember the taste of strawberries again, and the grass beneath my feet. Oh wait, I know, I can't remember that, can I? Oh, John Sellers with the 10 as well! You know what's really fucked up, John? When I got those 5 a second ago, I thought, oh, John hasn't done anything today. I wonder where he is. And then I thought, oh, it's probably because it's too early. But you were there. That's amazing, man. Thank you. All right, so here we go, guys. What you all tuned in for 4 hours ago. Ready? This is it. And I just want to say, I'm done talking about Guild Wars for a while. All right, I'm sick of my own voice. I'm sick of my own opinions. I'm done. All right. We're moving on to Oblivion after this. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. It's been a very fun mini-series. One man can only rant and have so many opinions before he just... like, I'm talking shit, right? So here we go. My final tier list. We're not doing a mini video out of this. I don't have the energy. This is it. A special treat just for you guys. The final tier list. What are we doing? So what do I think? Okay, I just want to say... I rated these on the grounds of theme, concept. And so playing them, feeling how the buttons press, and seeing whether one thing was overpowered or one thing was underpowered, it doesn't really change my opinion much. And it was never going to. People the entire time were asking me to do a new tier list. Why? In a lot of ways, guys, I said, I know what I said and I meant what I said. And it's like, playing the Luminary wasn't going to do much because it wasn't going to reveal to me that the theme is excellent. You know, we know what the lore is. We know what the story is. I mean, if it has a bunch of really... Like, I'm not saying that I wasn't open to changing my mind. It's just, shit's not going to move that much. That said, I had more fun playing Luminary than I did the Antiquary or the Evoker. Evoker, I think, had some big ideas. So even though it felt a bit of... It goes up by 1 tick. Evoker, though, it is definitely dropping down. I had it in C tier before. It's dropping down. It did not feel... It felt worse than Catalyst. Catalyst, at least, like, I don't know, every new attunement, it felt kind of cool. Like, you can trust there's a new animal, if you're on that trait anyway. And you tap them in, and there's a huge radius. Instant activation. The pets felt so... I mean, they're not totally bereft of enjoyment, but I think it drops to D tier. Antiquary, I never even made a good build. It's not the designer's fault. I'm just a shit thief. I had an awful build. Cringiest section I did. Truly terrible. And for that reason, it goes... I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Bottom of D, I guess. The truth is that this is how I feel. I at least had a bit of fun on Luminary, though. And I think we did make a fun build. But much like how Harbinger got a terrible rating, this thing gets a terrible rating, because even if you can make a fun build... Sorry, let's kill this wall. And I was just killing that warg with spear skills there. The spear kill skills were so much better than all of this. So, Conduit drops to C. It felt awful. The F2 didn't feel very good. It was very transparent once I was playing it how awful it was. I'm not too big of a fan of that. Amalgam... Amalgam was fun because the numbers were so high, but that's not objective. I'll give it one little thing. Just because the giant sword, the numbers were so big. Alright, fine. Big numbers make PP hard. But it's still exactly middle of the road. Paragon, I really liked. Paragon goes up. So we swap them again. Paragon goes up. Oh, Ritualist goes down. Paragon goes up because look, Paragon's a bit tricky because, yeah, I get it. I was enjoying Spear. I think the utilities could use... Paragon was very conservatively tuned. Like, on your knees should have a knockdown on it, right? And, you know, there was another utility we felt very similar about. But I kind of... And if they get the wings on there, the Elite was also rubbish. But fundamentally, I liked the UI. I liked the resource expenditure. I think it's fixable. So yeah, I'm going to push it up. Troubadour with the music playing. I'm putting Troubadour into S. It deserves it. It earned it. Troubadour was S in the end. It was S. I loved the way it laid out. That we strum instruments, we dip into some more lyrics, we go back to the instruments. Yeah, it kind of comes out as gibberish if you're using too many. But the animations were not weak. You look at fucking Ritualist with the weapon skills, a bunch of tiny orbs. Yes, the Troubadour things looked like legends, right? But still, they were big, they were impactful. The music on its own slider worked brilliantly. There was a fun power build. I think there's a fun power build that benchmarks really high. As far as things I like for like button mashing, it you know, all the sound wave abilities kind of like felt good. I wish the sound waves actually looked more like sound waves instead of regular Mesmer junk, right? And I wish we could hear the instruments louder. Not the phantasmal instruments, but the actual instruments. I wish that was a bit more prominent. But realistically, Troubadour has a great idea. It put it on a brilliant class for it. And it enacted on the vision excellently. It has some fun mechanics. It felt strong. You know, it's got some innovative ideas with... innovative? Is it really innovative? It's something they nerfed and removed and now they've added back, probably short-sightedly with a distortion. Could they have done kits? Could they have gone farther? Yes. Is it as good as a BG3 Minstrel? No. Right, it's not perfect. But out of its peers here, alright, I think it deserves a spot. Gale Shot is definitely yes. This one maybe is a maybe yes, but I'll put it there. And that's it. That's my reviewed tier list. Oh, I can't put Evoker down there. Evoker has some ideas. It's just not coming across very well. Alright, Evoker. You escape fate of D tier. I think the way I would sum this up is these are like fundamentally unfun concepts to me. Which is a matter of subjectivity, so maybe you guys like these. And I'm just not a believer in the RNG fucking gameplay. Also, it was really obvious actually playing Antiquary how it felt like a half gambler spec and a half like that they then had to U-turn on. I think Conduit is worse than Evoker. He's totally in the middle. Am I being too nice to Ritualist? No. Ritualist is nowhere near as good as I'd want it to be. Okay, here's how I feel in my heart. That's how I feel in my heart. So there it is. Now, we have to pick a class for the Let's Play. Silent Crisp says, Evoker's cool, but has a ton of flaws with traits and utilities. Here's another way that we might... Here's another way we might think about these. Ready? How do I... New line. There we go. That's what S, A, B, C, and D means to me. Anything in S tier is great as it is. It's playable, it works, it's got a good theme, everything. I mean, come on. It's nitpicking when you attack these ones. A is, with some tune-ups, will be great. It's also playable. It's playable as it is, right? That's what A tier is. B has some rough elements that I don't know if they'll ever fully get around for me. Or just like not captivating. Like the amalgam just isn't captivating, right? And like Ritualist could have done so much and should have done so much, and I don't know whether they'll ever do it. C, like... C tier is extremely difficult to fix. Fixable, but they've got to do a lot. Could be great, but like, you know, am I really a believer that they'll ever get them there? And D tier is, this is unfixably bad. No matter what iteration you give me, this is not fun. All that said, I could see myself playing a Luminary with the right traits and the efficacy. Same with Antiquary, right? So it's not that I would never play them. But yeah, it's something like that. I honestly just think these are unfixably shitty themes. Unfixably shitty ideas. So there you go. Not without completely changing it. Like, and by the way, so people are saying Scrit Gangers is over and stuff. Scrit, alright, look, I like the Scrit. I'm happy for that to be S with the script. If it was a full-on pet, if it was a proper script companion, if it wasn't a fucking script tacked onto the animations, I would be all about it. I don't mind having a comedy spec, and I'm not an edgelord thief. I think it's fine that you know, 1 out of the 18 specs is pretty gimmicky and funny and silly. I'm all about it. But they need to really lean into it. Don't call it the Antiquary. Don't tell me it's Indiana Jones. Don't tell me it's a bounty hunter. Don't tell me it's a gambler. Don't mix a bunch of that bullshit in there. Make it script. Pure script. The entire thing. Script this, script that, script here, script there. Script, 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 script. Don't announce it to me on a blog post and then disappoint me. Script everywhere. And embrace it. What they've done here is they've not been confident enough, so now it's like meme shit tacked on something people want it to be serious. Compounded by the fact it's on players of a class that would like it to be a bit edgier. So, you know, so anyway, the amount of changes, it is not recognizably the Antiquary as they first released it anymore to fix this. Same with Luminary. So that's kind of how I feel. So that's my new tier list. And yes, Debbie, more shifted down than up. I can see that. WP when a spec doesn't have skulls and knives in it. I mean, seriously, I don't mind it being goofy. I mean, geez, the Troubadour's not edgy. What class is that for the best spec? Ranger? Yeah, it's the Ranger spec. I think Rangers have always been eating good. Banjo says, play Packed Flower on Gale Shot, that you could do 2 characters. See, the only issue is Gale Shot is quite simplistic. I don't, when we're talking about for the Let's Play, but maybe that's good, actually, for a Let's Play, because I'm incompetent while doing a show. Throw Harbinger in D. Yeah, exactly. Harbinger would be down there. You're damn right. So would Renegade. I think that tries to sum up my mindset, anyway. And Paragon is close. Alright. Okay, guys, that's it. Listen, to people in live chat, thanks so much for keeping me company. Thanks so much for chatting. If you've got something you desperately want me to read, now's your time. We're down to the end here. We're getting out of here. The storm is over. The rainbows are... the sun is shining. The leprechauns are waiting with their gold at the pot... with their pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. We're getting out of here. You didn't like Gale Shot? You think you just don't understand the class? Well, I mean, it's pretty simple, right? I mean... And I'm a big booster of simplicity. This just confirms you'll still be playing Daredevil in VOE. Yeah, I mean, look, we've all got our favourites. I mean, I'm pretty sure... it's not going to happen on screen, I think. But when Liz plays VOE, I'm pretty sure she's going to be spamming the same Catalyst build. Which is exactly what made me feel a bit... when they first announced this batch. Because I thought, you know what, I bet I'll end up doing the same thing. But you never know. They posted a blog about homesteads, if you're curious, off the stream. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, look, I'm out of energy, guys. I'm super out of energy. Look, if there's really good Guild Wars 2 news, I will be here for videos or live videos that become regular videos. I will be here. I am a bit burnt out. And I want to get back to my other project, Oblivion. So, everybody, I'm in the middle of an Oblivion Let's Play. Please feel free to check that out. And that's going to be the priority focus. I might not be able to do too much this weekend. But at some point over next week, it will be back. And we'll be, you know, all engines firing. We'll finish that Let's Play. VOE will come out. We'll play VOE. We'll hit up Heavensward. We'll hit up Stormbloods. Lots of things going on. So, yeah, thank you, everybody. Thanks for the generosity. If you want to support my channel and keep me going, please do feel free to check out my Patreon or become a full member here on YouTube. But Patreon is preferred. Yeah, it's a constant fight on Patreon to get new people in as people leave, so I have to mention it. And yeah, thank you, everybody. We've had a hell of a lot of back and forth. Hopefully we platformed a lot of ideas. And yeah, have a good evening. Hope you have a nice time getting home from work. And all that. Where can you see my custom specs? Wait, what do you mean? For what? You mean the builds I made throughout the series? I mean, I didn't really log them anywhere. Osiris with the $5, thank you. Debbie versus Janet has been a good arc in the WP series. Missed the streams, but rewatching it. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Debbie and Janet will return. Like the Eternals. Remember? You've finished the Eternals and you get that message at the end of that Marvel movie? And that definitely happened. See you next time, guys.